Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Boulder County Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, November 30th, 2016. All three commissioners are present, and we are here for a land use hearing on docket LU-16-0027, the left-hand watershed oversight group restoration of stream crest, left-hand canyon drive, and ranch reaches.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. Jennifer Severson. I'm a planner with the Land Use Department, and we are here today to discuss three distinct reach projects, but we're reviewing them all under one review because they're in such close proximity to each other. That is the stream crest, left-hand canyon drive, and ranch reaches. This is a limited impact special use review to perform flood-related stream restoration along 1.2 miles of Left-Hand Creek, involving roughly 49,000 cubic yards of earthwork. The vast majority of that is removal of debris. This includes a total of 23 parcels along the three reaches of Left-Hand Creek that span between Gare Canyon Drive, intersection with Left-Hand Canyon Drive, and North 41st Street. The zoning across these three reaches is agricultural and rural residential. The applicant is Jessica Olson. She represents the Left-Hand Watershed Oversight Group, or LWOG, and the owner is multiple private property owners being represented by LWOG. And staff recommends for this stream restoration project can, with the recommended condition of approval, meet the applicable criteria and recommends conditional approval. Here is a vicinity map that shows the three different reaches and where they are within the county. The left-hand and stream crest reaches are immediately adjacent to one another, and then the ranch reach is a little further downstream from stream crest, out in the plains. The 2013 flood event caused debris-laden floodwaters in Left-Hand Creek to scour the channel, compromise embankments, and deposit large amounts of sediment within the floodplain. The channel stability and habitat quality and connectivity were severely impacted by the flood. This proposal is to improve the health in the stream corridor and reduce potential threats to life and property during future high flow events through removal of debris and sediment, grading and benching to stabilize the channel and improve floodplain connectivity, protection of infrastructure with buried rock revetments, revegetation to stabilize embankments and improve riparian habitat, restoration of aquatic habitat complexity and connectivity, and creation of overflow channels to increase conveyance during high flow events. This shows the left-hand CD and stream crest reach areas and the parcels that are impacted from the project. You can see the stream crest reach just straddles US 36 and ends on the other side, the east side of 36. The majority of stream crest is in the Crestview Estates neighborhood. And then the ranch reach is a little further out. It's more in the plains agricultural area downstream of those. All of the project area is within the floodplain for Left-Hand Creek, and the majority of it is within the floodway. Many comprehensive plan designations throughout the three reaches. This is all riparian habitat connectors which were impacted by the flood. Obviously, got some rare plant areas, lots of wetlands in the immediate vicinity of the project, high biodiversity significance, and archaeologically sensitive areas. Here's a few photos of the existing site conditions. Top left, you'll see a degraded stream channel and the embankments. Top right, the channel deposition or the sediment deposition within the channel and the severe bank erosion. You can see the cut bank on the right side of that. And then in the bottom, you'll see there's still extensive sediment deposits in the floodplain as well as the cobbles in the channel. This is an example of one of the plans for the reaches. This is the stream crest reach, showing what they plan to do, the different areas of grading, armoring. A good portion of the work in this reach will be structure protection of buildings, so putting in buried rock revetments to protect the buildings, and some armoring on the embankments, as well as some in-stream habitat improvements. This just shows some of the typical repairs based on all the reaches. top left, you'll see diagram, a profile of setback riprap and boulder toes, which they'll be installing to stabilize the embankments. On the top right, grade control structures, which they'll be placing in the water, in the channel. Bottom left shows a typical channel view where they'll place habitat boulders, boulder armoring on the banks, pools, and riffle construction. And then on the right bottom, they'll be doing vegetative reinforced soil slopes. So they'll be placing, that vegetation is a very key component of this project because so much of the riparian area was destroyed. This shows the various proposed staging and access points for all 3 reaches. These will be finalized by the contractor once hired, but generally all this area is already disturbed area. They aren't proposing to disturb any new area. Staff finds the proposal meets all of the applicable criteria for a limited impact special use review. This use is allowed in the zoning districts, agricultural and rural residential, and it is being reviewed as limited impact special use because the earthwork is in excess of 500 cubic yards. No new structures are proposed. A county stream restoration permit will be required, which is a combination of grading and floodplain development permits. The applicant will be required to produce a certification of no rise in the 100-year surface elevation or an approved conditional letter of map revision from FEMA, pre-construction notification to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for permitting requirements, and a letter of map revision will be required after project completion. And I just spoke to the applicant, and they actually are working on getting their U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permit now, so they've already done the PCN. The proposed use will be compatible with the surrounding area. It is predominantly single-family homes and some agriculture out in the ranch reach or around the ranch reach. Revegetation is integral to this project. The grading and hauling impacts are short-term. They're estimating roughly 6 months. And like I said, the vast majority of this will be export of the sediment material once it's extracted. The project's expected to aid in long-term recovery of the stream corridor and the area aesthetics, especially in the Crestview Estates neighborhood. Staging should be outside the 100-year floodplain where possible, and they will be required to avoid damage to the ditch diversion structures and the access to those in the project area. The use is in accordance with the comp plan. As I said, there's multiple comp plan designations. The Prebbles habitat is suitable, non-contiguous, and Fish and Wildlife Service did not provide any comment or indicate concerns regarding Prebbles mouse in this area, but the applicant has told me they have actually received their Fish and Wildlife Service concurrence for the project, so they're ready to go on that. Additionally, cultural resource inventories and documentation are required because it's in an archaeologically sensitive area, and they have also obtained their historic 106 clearance as of today, or as of recently. Will not result in an over-intensive use of land or excess depletion of natural resources. The visual and noise impacts will be short-term and balanced out by the long-term benefits of the project. The project's expected to restore natural functions in the stream corridor and reduce future flood risk to infrastructure and private property. Aquatic habitat connectivity will be restored and improved. The revegetation portion of this project will improve the ecological health of the riparian corridor, protect against bank erosion and scour, and prevent weed propagation. The Left-Hand Watershed Oversight Group will be monitoring all vegetation installed on this project for a period of 3 years after construction completion. The final revegetation plan showing all species is required for our review and approval before they can start the project. Wetland mitigation areas must be replaced on a one-to-one basis, and they need to consult with the local water commissioner before starting the project. The use won't result in significant negative impacts to the transportation system. Appropriate CDOT permits are required and must be obtained, especially one of their proposed staging areas is to utilize the staging area that CDOT is about to vacate that they've been using to repair the bridge at US 36 over Left-Hand Creek. So they're working with CDOT to just take advantage of that staging area that's already set up. Access locations must be shown on the final plans. Traffic control and traffic management plan will be required. The applicant should coordinate closely with the county transportation for public relations on this project. They need to photo document the roads before and after any county roads used. Hauling hours will be limited to between 8:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. And they will not be allowed to park or stage in the Left-Hand Canyon Drive right away during construction. Will not cause significant air, odor, water, or noise pollution. Compliance with all state and county requirements for water quality and stormwater are required. Erosion control is required. Steam cleaning of equipment, a pollutant spill kit, and biodegradable hydraulic fuels are all required. And the applicant needs to identify and avoid damage to on-site wastewater treatment systems during construction and excavation. So for the discussed items above, Land Use staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners conditionally approve docket LU 0027, Left-Hand Watershed Oversight Group, restoration of stream crest to Left-Hand Canyon Drive and ranch reaches with the conditions listed on pages 8 and 9 of your staff report.
Thanks, Jennifer. Questions?
No questions for me. I had a quick question. Thanks, Jennifer. And I don't know if this is really for you or for the applicant, but you mentioned the CDOT bridge that's there. And, you know, that area around Streamcrest is one of the ones that we visited more often than others, I think, because of its proximity, of course, to the city of Boulder. But you know, I think early on there was talk about replacing that bridge and making it bigger rather than just repairing it. Do you know, is there any plan? And then how would that impact this restoration project? Because presumably that would happen later at some point.
If Jesse, this is the
Okay.
project manager, Jessica Olson, and she could probably better speak to
Sure.
Yeah, so there's designs in the works, 90% designs to enlarge the bridge.
Okay.
And unfortunately, CDOT has basically stopped the project because they don't have adequate funding. But LWOG and the neighborhood and the landowners and my board of directors are working really hard, actually with the senators and with Congress to try to advocate for funding that, and they're working really hard to actually push the federal government to actually step in and help fund it. So we're hoping that it's not a if, but when it's going to be replaced.
And so the restoration, though, you'd get that done in the next few months, and then when CDOT expanded their bridge, then they'd be responsible for the restoration around, I mean, because you got new dirt that you got
Yeah,
to work on.
So yeah.
They'd have to be doing that part, I suppose.
Yeah, so they're doing the part under the bridge and then on in the right of way.
Oh,
and
okay.
it's
Anyway.
actually not part of our project.
Yeah, I just pulled up the plan view of this reach, and you can see this is actually where US 36 is. So they're stopping before they get to US 36.
So we already have kind of a gap there, and that they're responsible for.
Exactly. As part of their,
Can you introduce yourself?
I'm sorry, Kevin Pilgrim with OTAC, the designer on this project. So as part of their bridge replacement, they have channel realignment and restoration work. And I got their project extents, and all our channel work is outside of their project area,
Okay.
essentially.
Great.
So,
Cool. Thanks.
So does the applicant want to make a presentation at all?
Hello again. Thanks again for the opportunity to help build a more resilient watershed in Left-Hand Creek. And I know the landowners in these reaches are particularly very excited and have made significant efforts with their own money actually to push some of these designs forward. And they're just really looking forward to getting the projects built. Thanks.
Great, thanks. So why don't we open this up for the public hearing to see if there's anybody in the audience that wants to speak to us on this? If so, now would be the time to come forward. Seeing no takers, we'll close the public hearing and return the matter to the board.
Well, it all looks great. Great to see the projects coming forward. I don't know if this is the fifth or sixth one that we've seen in the last week or so, but it's great. And certainly based on the presentation and comments, that the application meets all the criteria of the code. So I'd be happy to offer a motion to approve. Move that we approve docket LU 160027, left-hand watershed oversight group, restoration of stream crest, left-hand canyon drive, and ranch reaches.
I'd be happy to second, and it's good to hear. I'm sure the neighbors are very excited to get this work done up there. So.
Yes, I agree. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Thanks for the great work.
Yep.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Boulder County Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, November 30th, 2016. All three commissioners are present, and we are here for a land use hearing on docket LU-16-0031, the Golden Land Company, LLC, St. Vrain Creek Restoration Project near North 75th Street. So take it away, Christian.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Christian Martin. I'm a planner with Boulder County's Land Use Department, here presenting on docket LU 160031. We've got a limited impact special use review to undertake a stream restoration project consisting of 3,000 cubic yards of earthworks along approximately 1,000 linear feet of St. Vrain Creek. The zoning of the properties is agricultural. The applicant is the Golden Land Company, and the property owners are Boulder County and Golden Land Company. Overall, staff finds that the proposed Golden Land Company St. Vrain Creek Stream Restoration Project with the recommended conditions of approval meets the applicable criteria and recommends conditional approval. As background, the 2013 flood event delivered significant sediment and debris loads in the project area. Immediately post-flood, much of this debris was removed from the channel and deposited along the top of the stream bank, and the pre-flood alignment of the waterway was restored. The proposal in front of us today is to remove flood debris and revegetate disturbed areas. Here is the vicinity map just showing the location of the subject parcels. And here we've got some aerial images, three of them, just showing the recent history of the site in question. We can see the top image there is the pre-flood condition of the reach. On the left-hand side there is North 75th Street. That middle photo is an aerial taken shortly after the event, and you can see the channel that the majority of water is utilising is a little bit to the south of the pre-flood alignment. And then the bottom photo there is the current alignments of the St. Vrain Creek in this vicinity, and you can see there that it's back in what was the pre-flood channel. And some of the works that occurred directly post-flood are what basically moved the majority of flow back into that pre-flood alignment. We've got the comprehensive plan map here. Designations fairly typical of a stream reach in the county. One of the more prominent designations is with respect to the Prebbles Meadow jumping mouse. I've got a couple of site photos here looking east across the subject area, and you can see in that photo at the bottom of the slide some of the piles of gravel lining the banks of the creek there, and that just illustrates some of the work that was done immediately post-flood. Site plan just demonstrating where the works are proposed, and that small oval-shaped area that's delineated with the red dashes is where the work is proposed. And we can see site access as a green dashed line coming in from the North 75th Street, which is for the most part an established crossing onto that road, and then out across the paddocks to the project area. Site plan just providing a little bit more detail. The embankment fill either side of the channel there, indicated in a darker grey, is what's being removed, and essentially being relocated to areas a little bit south of the current stream alignment. We can see a staging area there that's proposed in a light red also. Typical cross-section, again showing the removal of those banks and relocation to certain depressions just south of the channel. With respect to the review criteria, overall the proposal meets all of the applicable criteria for limited impact special use reviews, and I'll go through each of these in turn. The first one there is just regarding zoning requirements. The use is allowed within the agricultural zone. There are no structures proposed. Other relevant permitting requirements will still apply. Regarding surrounding area compatibility, the immediate surrounds are agricultural in character. The proposed works are limited to the creek corridor and will not appreciably alter the character of the surrounds once work is complete. With respect to the county comprehensive plan, the proposal will not adversely impact the various comprehensive plan designations and will promote several of them. We're still seeking clarification regarding the Prebbles conservation measures that should be submitted to ensure habitat protection. We're also still waiting US Fish and Wildlife concurrence with respect to the Prebbles approach. And these I've suggested as conditions of approval. The works proposed go part way to implementing the recommendations of the St. Vrain Watershed Master Plan by removing gravel piles created by excavation immediately post-flood, by filling in sections of the post-flood channel and undertaking revegetation. Regarding natural resources, the proposal doesn't seek to change long-term land use. Any disruption to natural resources will be temporary during construction, and long-term natural resource benefits are anticipated. The works at the moment are timed for the Prebbles meadow jumping mouse hibernation period. However, as I've just mentioned, Fish and Wildlife Service are being consulted by the applicant, and evidence of concurrence will be required as a condition of approval. Regarding transportation impacts, the imposition of recommended conditions of approval will ensure any transportation impacts will be temporary and not significant. The earthworks that have been proposed are essentially a cut-to-fill exercise, and no hauling of material into or out of the site is necessary. Regarding air, odour, water and noise pollution, again, conditions of approval will require methods such as erosion control, weed-free material and machinery cleaning that will appropriately limit any impacts in terms of air, odour, water or noise. With respect to visual impacts, construction will be clearly visible at a distance from roads in the area, but only for a limited time. On completion, the area will appear more natural than it currently does. With respect to natural hazards, the works are located in the St. Vrain Creek floodplain. A floodplain development permit will be required prior to construction commencing that will ensure the proposal does not exacerbate flood risk in the area. Overall, for the reasons described above, Land Use staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners conditionally approve docket LU 160031 by the Golden Land Company LLC for their St. Vrain Creek restoration, with the conditions listed on pages 6 and 7 of the staff report.
Thanks, Christian. Any questions?
No questions, thanks.
No, thanks.
All right. Is there an applicant that wants to say anything?
I'm Barb Brunk, Resource Conservation Partners. Thank you for hearing us this morning. We're excited about moving forward and working with staff to satisfy the conditions of approval. We do have a 404 permit in hand, and 10 years ago we did a walking cultural resource inventory of this site, so I have a whole book about the site for cultural resources. So the Prebbles is my outstanding thing, and we're working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me open it up, the public hearing, to see if there's anybody in the audience that would like to say anything to us on this. Seeing no takers, we'll close the public hearing, return the matter to the board for deliberation.
Well, it seems like another really straightforward one. Thank you for being here, and thanks, Christian, for laying it all out. And It was fascinating to see that before, practically during and after picture, because even in the before picture, you could see there that the river had been where it ended up during the flood before. The vegetation was different, the soil looked different, it was fascinating. But I think we should move forward with this, and I'd move approval of docket LU-16-0031, Golden Land Company LLC, St. Vrain Creek Restoration near North 75th Street.
Great, and I'm happy to second. I would also say that that image of the geology with the water system is really, really fascinating. And it would be really interesting to see a time lapse over the last 100 years or so.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure those deposits have happened just like that over time along all of our streams. So something to think about for future stuff. Happy to second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. This is the Boulder County Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, November 30th, 2016. All three commissioners are present, and we are here for a public hearing on the draft transition plan for phasing out GE crops on Boulder County open space properties. And we will begin with a staff presentation, provide an opportunity for commissioners to ask questions, and then we'll open it up for a public hearing to hear from all of you, which we look forward to. So we'll begin with Eric Lane.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Eric Lane. I'm the Director for Boulder County Parks and Open Space, and seated with me is Jeff Moline, who's the Interim Director of the Ag Resources Division. So there's a PowerPoint presentation up on the screen, which I'm going to roll through to give you a quick overview of the contents of the transition policy that's been out and available as draft for some time now, an idea of some of the more significant comments that we've received, and the process that we've gone through to get to this point in time. So to begin with, this is our role as stewards of the public's open spaces, particularly as it relates to agriculture. And I think it bears noting that this is our focus, to promote and provide for sustainable ag for the natural, cultural, and economic values it provides. And I also think that while that's sort of an overall general statement, I also like to think about it, keeping it simple in terms of keeping agricultural lands productive in Boulder County. For background, we have 3 GE crop farmers. 13, representing about a little over 1,200 acres since in 2015. That represents 8% of our cropland that's leased out, and 5% of our total leased agricultural land. And there's a map here from, I think, 2015 that shows, just for the public's interest, where those lands are in a relative context. The proposed GE transition policy that we put out and that we've been clear about is that the goal is to reduce and ultimately eliminate the use of GE crops on county open space in a way that is understandable and fair to the tenants who are affected. When staff met with the producers who are affected by this earlier this year to get a better grasp of the issues at hand, they decided that a dual strategy to phase out the GE crops based on the differences between corn and sugar beets made the most sense. And so the proposed rules, if you will, or guidelines that we've put out there for the transition is to allow GE corn in rotations over the next 3 years, starting with the 2017 field season, and sugar beets in rotation over the next 5 years, again beginning in 2017. So if a producer was going to grow sugar beets at some point between now and the end of this period, 2021 would be the last field season in which sugar beets could be grown. The use of GE crops would be limited to the tenants that have used them in the last 2 years, 2015 and 16. And the leases would be limited to the maximum acreage per crop that's been planted sometime in the last 4 years. And Jeff put together this diagram to kind of help articulate it. So if in 2013, the gray being beets and the orange being corn, you could see that over the course of 13, 14, and 15, the maximum amount of corn was grown in 2013, so that would be the cap for what could be grown in the next 3 years. And sugar beets, the highest acreage was in 2014, so that would be what could be allowed up to that amount sometime in the next 5 years. GE plantings would be limited to a maximum of 2 times total per tenant. Actually, so let me just skip back. So those are, if you will, the rules of the road that would guide the specifics of how GE crops could be utilized in the next several years. That represents the framework, if you will, of the rules that we would work with tenants to shape operating plans moving forward. In the context of the next 3 to 5 years for the tenants that have GE plantings, there's a number of ways in which the county, and in particular Parks and Open Space, can work with those producers to try to minimize the impact that this will undoubtedly have on them and their operations. And in the draft policy, we segmented that into 4 segments. First, working with each tenant that has a GE lease to modify their operating plans to phase out in a way that makes sense for their particular unique circumstances. I don't think that there's a cookie cutter that you can take to this. Really, every farmer has got their own operation. They're in their own rotations. They have their own particular interests and preferences. And so our staff will have to work one-on-one with each of them to figure out how to move forward in a way that makes the most amount of sense for them economically in particular. And also to look at the economics for those producers and try to find ways that we can help them through that phase-out period based on their own particular circumstances. So while I'm cognizant of the fact that each producer is different, we will have to try to, in an effort to be fair to each producer, figure out what makes sense for their particular circumstances, but also show fairness and equality across the board in designing incentives that make sense to help them with that phase-out period. The second area was to continue to do what we have been doing in many respects to support agricultural viability as a whole, to focus on areas like value-added products and new markets, and the ways that we have been investing in capital, particularly on irrigation infrastructure and other facility improvements. One thing that came up in particular that I remember from our open house is that water is a limiting resource for us in Colorado in general, and particularly for agriculture in this particular neck of the woods. But I don't know that we have to view our water resources in terms of our water portfolio at Parks and Open Space as a maximum that we have reached the full amount of water that we're able to provide from that portfolio to producers. So we have been making some acquisitions in water. I think we will continue to make acquisitions in water, and I think that that's another way that we can make an investment from a county perspective, not necessarily in infrastructure in that sense, but in a way to deliver more viability. The third area that we outlined, and I understand that this has been an ongoing concern for the public, is our data collection and monitoring. These are some of the aspects that we've been starting to monitor. We're going to be working on improving our protocols and really trying to ask better questions about what are the questions that we're trying to answer through monitoring and data acquisition, so that we can really try to deliver answers and that our data sets are useful to the public in understanding how we are being stewards of open space and essentially what the quality is of those agricultural lands, and are we improving or are we failing in some respect? And then lastly, and much talked about, is to launch a new sustainable ag research initiative that would really look at the more applied aspects of research for agriculture in Boulder County, so that we can provide producers, particularly the GE tenants who are going to be going through a transition with a lot of questions, more applied knowledge and more decision-making tools to make better decisions, and simultaneously help advance our goal as a county to be a leader in sustainable agriculture. In general, the research priorities will explore local questions and try to look at that balance between environmental sensitivity and economic reality. And there's a list of buckets, if you will, or variables that we want to look at. I don't think that that's an exhaustive list, but I think that it highlights some of the significant ones that come up in our conversations, not only looking at the economics of a farm and how to be more environmentally sensitive, but the suite of ways in which we can be more environmentally sensitive, whether it's from a climate change perspective, a public health perspective, or from a soil health and long-term viability of agriculture perspective. So a lot more work obviously has to go into that, but those are the sorts of variables that we want to explore through more research in Boulder County. And I think this is my last slide on it. We will be looking to partner. This is a project and a program that Boulder County Parks and Open Space, in conjunction with CSU Extension here in the county, will be working together to deliver. We will have to go out and find other partners for it. We're working on an RFP, which we expect to release soon, so that people can comment on it before we go live with the RFP. So we'll be inviting public comment, and people will have an opportunity to ask for clarity or make new suggestions. But we'll be providing, as part of this research initiative, land and water resources to make this possible here in Boulder County. That's the gist of the plan. Switching to the process, if you will, we've received, as of this afternoon, we've seen 34 comments. This is separate from testimony that's been brought to our attention at an open house and at our POSAC meetings. So just looking at the written comments, of the critical comments that folks have delivered to us, repeated concerns are lumped here. It's very difficult. I think everybody has a slightly different take on this, but there are some repeated themes that come up periodically, even though people may have slightly different variants on their take on it. But criticism that we've had is that there's a lack of detail in the plan, and really trying to focus on what does that transition look like at year 4 or year 5 and beyond. And that's something that we have struggled with internally as a department, because we've also heard from the tenants themselves at times the philosophy that, well, look, we are the farmers, this is our business, don't micromanage us. Give us the sideboards, if you will, or a timeline to work with, and let us use our skills and our know-how to get to that point in a way that works for us. So I think what we've tried to do in the plan is identify that role for Parks and Open Space staff moving forward, once we do have some sideboards and some guidelines, to work one-on-one with the individual producers to figure out what works for them. It's often mentioned that if we switch from GE to conventional crops, we're going to see inputs and emissions increase, and from the perspective of trying to be more sustainable, that's a negative. Questions about how tenants will be compensated for their losses, because, for example, with sugar beets, it's a more complex area because they're involved in contracts with a cooperative. The equipment that you use for sugar beet farming is really specific to sugar beets, and so what do you do with that if you can't use it after 5 years? All really excellent questions and ones that we're going to have to work with the producers to resolve. Many indicated that the plan lacked a scientific basis or background. Of course, we've also had comments from the other perspective, so that's a difficult one to address. And I think a comment that really relates to fairness, a number of times it's been brought up that, look, this really focuses on the sustainability, if you will, of the GE tenants. What about the sustainability for other agricultural producers? So we have about 65 ag lessees, only 13 of which are GE. What about the other, 40 some odd producers that are farming in ways other than utilizing GE crops? Why aren't we addressing sustainability issues with them? And I think that's a fair comment and a fair criticism. And I think that we will have to work through the research initiative to ask and answer some of those questions for all agricultural producers in the county. There were a smaller number of commenters that supported the transition away from GE crops. I wouldn't say that all the comments were positive. I think just as we've had negative comments saying we shouldn't move away from GE crops, we've also had comments that said, why aren't you doing this tomorrow? So I think the criticism is coming from both ends of the spectrums in some respects. But the primary concern really seems to be on the sustainability of agriculture from those commenters' perspectives, and in particular the use of herbicides and neonics and their impact on the environment and various facets of the environment and the community in which those agricultural lands sit. As part of the public process, we held a public open house on October 24th at our offices in Longmont. 17 people signed in and attended, and it was a multi-hour, full group discussion. A lot of great issues were raised. It was a very respectful conversation. There were folks there from a really broad variety of perspectives, not just from the community, but also from the agricultural community. And I definitely think that we took away more food for thought from that in how we can deliver a better transition and how we can work with tenants more closely in the future, whether they're GE tenants or not GE tenants. That was followed in short order. Oh, I'm sorry. This is more information on the public open house. We talked extensively at that about the research initiative, and one of the themes that is often repeated in public comment in a variety of different situations is that there's a cart before the horse issue from many people's perspectives, that we're asking producers to transition away from GE crops without having done the research to determine for those particular producers, and maybe more broadly for agriculture in general, what sustainable ag looks like and what a viable path forward looks like. And there was also questions about what the role of Rodale and CSU in this research initiative will be. And I think it's fair to say that while we've put it out there that those two institutions are interested in partnering with us, and they're going through their own process to develop a partnership to work together, we are going to be issuing an RFP. It will be open to all, and so a decision hasn't been made to bring on CSU and Rodale. We have had conversations with them, and it's been sort of an exploratory nature, which from a staff perspective has been very valuable in thinking about what does this research initiative look like on the ground, working with a partner like our land-grant institution, as well as other entities that can bring perhaps a different expertise or different perspective to agriculture. Some of the points that were raised by producers in particular during our open house on that was to really help try to drive funding towards the early adopters and the farmers that are going to be taking more risk by jumping in and trying new things. That it's important to include GE crops in the tests and research trials so that you have a fair sort of apples-to-apples comparison. And the word that comes up over and over and over again is transparency. I added inclusion because I think that that's important, and I hear that, maybe the word's not used, but I hear that in people's comments. And I think that if anything makes me sort of more optimistic than many other things about pressing forward in a collaborative way is that people from all different bents and stripes and opposite ends of the spectrums have really asked for the research initiative to be transparent and engaging. And I think that that's something that we can very easily deliver and follow through on. And I think it's a process that can help bring people together and focus on what sustainable ag looks like in Boulder County for everyone's benefit. We had 2 POSAC meetings. The first was on October 27th. I unfortunately couldn't be present. Jeff was there and ran the show. We had 13 commenters plus POSAC's perspective. And these are sort of the highlights, if you will, or the lumps of some of the more significant comments that, that we heard from both the commenters and POSAC. Some of it reflects some of the written comment that we've seen before that I just ran through. I think that I think that you can see in these comments the duality of perspective that we're hearing. Again, not fast enough and far too fast. The roadmap, if you will, isn't really a roadmap. It provides some sideboards and some guidelines, but really doesn't help deliver a map of what we're doing in year 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. So I don't know that there's that much more to delve into, but these are comments that have been repeated throughout the process. And we also had a final meeting with POSAC on the 17th where they deliberated about it. This was a POSAC-only meeting. Public comment was not invited at that particular meeting. And I think these highlight the concerns that POSAC has. They're deeply concerned about the impacts to tenants and also to some degree to the department in terms of the economic impacts. They're concerned about the lack of information or science to support the policy. They would hope that the policy would have more support for tenants. And they're concerned that the process has not been transparent or engaging enough to get us to the point where we're at today. So I think that that's, I don't know, a fair summary of what we've heard and the process that we've been through to sort of deliver that public input and to try to take from that public input kernels of information or wisdom that would help us to reflect upon the draft that we put out there, the timelines that we put out there, the rules of the road, if you will, to determine if we could improve upon it. To be honest, I think that a lot of the comment, the vast majority of the comment, has really focused more on an argument that has been had and been going on for many months and perhaps years about whether or not to transition away from GE crops, and not focused on what we put out as a draft of how to transition away from GE crops. Having read all of the written testimony, having heard in person at least a good chunk of it, and consulting with Jeff on the public comment that I wasn't able to participate in, we've wrestled with that information. And while I think that it has helped to evolve our thinking about the research initiative and a few other aspects where I think where we can deliver more value and support to tenants, it hasn't changed our proposal in terms of the guidelines of this is the time frame with which to move from GE crops to no GE crops, or the rules in terms of how many times they can be planted over X number of years. Those remain the same, and to be honest, we got very little comment pertinent to those rules other than it should start tomorrow, or it should start, if ever, 50 years from now, which doesn't really help us in terms of seeing if there's a sensible modification we can make to those guidelines. So I think the proposed draft policy for transition, as we see it from a department, stands as we've written it. And I think that we're better informed in terms of the areas of the policy in the ways that we can help producers. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Do folks have questions for Eric or Jeff at this time?
I don't think now, thank you.
I do have one.
Okay.
And I turn to whoever on the team would like to answer it. We are using the word sustainable agriculture across the board in this discussion. And I'm not always sure that we're on the same page in terms of what that definition of sustainable agriculture is. And I know in the draft policy there's kind of some attempt to be clear around what it looks like. But I just wonder if someone could verbally address, what do we mean by sustainable agriculture as we're talking about both the research initiative and where we think we're headed. Because I live in a space where I came from the agricultural community, and what we did was sustainable. It was sustainable economically and in other ways. So what is the difference, and are we on the same page about this?
I'm going to give it a stab. These guys may be able to provide more context. But I think sustainability, broadly speaking, covers major areas like economic viability, environmental sensitivity, issues of public health. We probably 20, 30 years ago wouldn't have talked about climate as part of sustainability, but we have to now. I think 30, 40 years ago, we probably wouldn't even talked about water in some respects as sustainable, but on a growing and densifying urban front range, it's unavoidable at this point. Right. I think those are all pieces of what sustainability is. And I think that different operations can be sustainable in their own way. I suspect that there is no, I think, one-size-fits-all definition of what sustainability is. And I think that when we do the research to figure out what sustainability looks like, there will be trade-offs. You can save more water, but will perhaps have more impact from a carbon perspective by following this type of farming, or vice versa. This may help build soils and their productivity, but it's going to take a bigger investment of water or perhaps inputs. And so I sort of look at it as like a balloon. If you squeeze here, it's going to bulge out someplace else. And I think our role in trying to determine what sustainable looks like is to have a much more educated idea of, if you farm in this way and you add these inputs, here's the plus, here's the negative. And we'll be looking for solutions that are as optimal as they can be, realizing that it's unlikely that there's a perfect way to farm any particular commodity on any particular type of ground. And keeping in mind that some of the things that we're talking about from a sustainable perspective are really driven by public values. Public health is certainly driven by public values. One's thoughts about what is environmentally sensitive, I think, varies from person to person. And you might have to give up one aspect in order to get another. And by the way, when I say public health, I don't just mean people who are outside of the farm area. I also want to refer to the farmers who are on the ground, right? So I think that's kind of my take on it. Okay. Jeff's given me the sign.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Jeff Moline for Park Staff. So we've pulled the definition from the existing 2011 cropland policy, and I think Adrian's it's not that long. He can read it, and then he might add some things to it, too.
Adrian Card, CSU Extension. So the 2011 cropland policy segment reads, sustainable agriculture is defined by a long-term view and by farming practices that ensure that croplands can be farmed and crops produced in perpetuity without diminishing yield, quality of crop, or health and resource of the soils, by continually regenerating soil quality in balance with what is removed in food and fiber. So that's what staff put forward in cropland policy in 2011. Just searched online, the USDA's Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education Group defines it as follows. Everyday farmers and ranchers around the world develop new innovative strategies to produce and distribute food, fuel, and fiber sustainably. While these strategies vary greatly, they all embrace three broad goals, or what Sarah calls three pillars of sustainability: profit over the long term, stewardship of our nation's land, air, and water, quality of life for farmers, ranchers, and their communities. So I think we see that sort of Venn diagram in all these of environment, economy, and social. And I think locally we could say, in environmental terms, minimizing negative impacts is very key, if not possible to even optimize ecological services that agriculture, ecosystem services that agriculture provides, such as wildlife habitat, water filtration capacity, et cetera. So does that help?
That helps,
Okay.
yeah. That's,
All right.
gives us a broad definition to think about, so thank you very much.
Great. Well, then, let's move to the public hearing, because we're very eager to hear from everyone. We have a list of people who have signed up to date. If you haven't signed up yet and want to speak, there'll be an opportunity at the end, so that we'll stay here and hear from you till we hear from everybody. How the process works is, when it's your turn to speak, if you can come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes unless you have pooled time, and then you'll have extra time based on that. And just a reminder that we'd like to host a safe space for everybody to speak their mind on this. There's a lot of different ideas and opinions on this issue, and there's a lot of passion, and it's important that we hear from everybody. So please be respectful of your fellow speakers. And with that, we will begin with the folks who signed up online in the order that they signed up. So that starts us off with Lauren Kelso, followed by Ula Mertz, and then Chuck Whibby.
Didn't expect to be first. Hello. My name is Lauren Kelso, and I live at 393 South Taft Court in Louisville. I have been following this discussion from the quiet of my own home, and would like to say thank you to everyone who is spending long days and late nights working on this process. I know you're out there. I must say it's been interesting listening to the various perspectives on the proposed transition plan, from the Parks and Open Space discussions to the Commissioners' public meetings. It seems those of you who sit in those rooms for those discussions are hearing a lot of discord, but I hear a lot of really good ideas. I would like to voice my support for a plan that includes large-scale research component focused on finding the most sustainable way to grow economically viable crops on our public lands. I support the recommendation that this involve CSU, the Rodale Institute, and open space staff, but I ask that you also consider looking outside of our bubble for input on this project. There are universities and institutes here in the West that could provide valuable input into our agricultural questions. I'm also a bit confused because there has been a lot of talk around people being asked to change their farming practices overnight in this plan. And as someone who manages a very tiny amount of land in comparison, I can completely understand that concern. And I was worried it would be the expectation. But from what I can see in the draft plan, it addresses that concern by phasing this process over 3 to 5 years, which is decidedly not overnight, and I feel a fair way to proceed. We have an opportunity here to create a sustainable future for our farms and farmers. I hope those guiding this process can start thinking outside of the box. I'm excited by the idea that we might be able to explore new crops that we should try, if there are any interesting new irrigation systems, no-till tools, holistic land management and rotational grazing systems that we do not fully leverage. I think this is an excellent opportunity to look into those. Finally, I would like to say, though the driving force behind this transition plan is removing GE crops from our open space lands, I do not actually think it should be the goal, so to speak, and there's a lot of semantics around this. But I think the goal of this next phase should be to transition our agricultural properties into ones that can be an example for future farmers and agronomists. Getting away from GE crops may be a small part of this goal, but I don't believe the research or the recommendations that guide that research should be focused so narrowly. It would be great to see some language in the transition plan around budget and funding for these proposals, but perhaps that comes later. I'm almost out of time, so I will just close by saying thank you again, and I'm really excited to see what we do in this county. Maybe, just maybe, it will change agriculture on the Front Range of Colorado for the better forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Ula Mertz, and then Chuck Wibby, and then Linda Schlacke.
Ula Mertz, 5501 Aztec Court. I have been a successful farmer for 20 years, not in Boulder County, but in Mesa County, growing grapes. We use sustainable farming, but I have to say we didn't start that way. That was a conscious decision on our side, and we first wanted to be able to grow grapes before we transitioned to sustainable. But I also want to say that until 2011, I worked at the same time in high-tech industry. I have a PhD in computer science. And I want to use an analogy out of the high-tech industry. So an example would be we want to get rid of mechanical engineers. And we don't need them anymore, and so we want to transition to use electrical engineers. So then we tell them you have 2 years to transition from being a mechanical engineer to being an electrical engineer. And we will hire a support group for you on voters or citizens' tax dollars. But this support group has no background in mechanical engineering nor electrical engineering. And consultants have been called upon that have a background in computer science. Just imagine a mechanical engineer in his late 50s with several patents and has invested all his professional life in mechanical engineering, now to pay on his own dollars a transition in 2 years to an electrical engineer. In 2 years at best, he is a junior in that field, and he may be too old and not be hired back into that field. So these are some of the things farmers will face as well. So then, out of my own experience, I want to add some things to be considered. Investment in equipment. I, for example, have quite specialized equipment. I have special mowers that only work for my crop, and I have sprayers for my crop. So if I would have to move to another crop, I have to get a loan to buy other equipment. And this is in tens of thousands of dollars. This stuff is not cheap. For each piece of property, we would need to determine the viable crop and make a business plan for the cost of establishing the crop and the years it takes to be profitable given the investment. It takes several years, and it doesn't go overnight. I suggest to engage CSU in the transition plan rather than hiring staff from the county, as CSU has a lot of experience, and I work, for example, with the Extension Service on the Western Slope, and they have helped us to figure out what's the best for watering, for example. Farmers also need help establishing markets and sales channels. I sell my grapes to myself and others, so then what's more?
Thank you.
Yes. Sorry. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I'm sorry that it may feel rude if I ask you to quit at the end of your 3 minutes, but given the number of people here. So Chuck Wibby and then Linda Schlock, and then Famer Rasmussen.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chuck Wibby, and I live at 4569 South Meadow Drive in unincorporated Boulder County. I'm here today to support the vast majority of Boulder County farmers who oppose the transitional plan that staff has put forward. I would note that the plan is not supported by the county's own Parks and Open Space Advisory Committee. As Sue Cass of the Advisory Committee stated, you do not have a plan, there is no plan, and to which committee member James Mapes added, there is nothing about the plan that I can support. I'd like to take my time to read some excerpts from the editorial written by Boulder Daily Camera's editorial page editor, Dave Krieger, that appeared in last Sunday's paper. Although Mr. Krieger stated, quote, like the commissioners driving this bus, he is not a farmer. I can tell you from working with Mr. Krieger that he is a critical thinker who can examine facts and come up with a decision based upon the facts regardless of where they lead. Mr. Krieger stated that, quote, the county farm policy requires unbiased research. He wrote that the 3-page transitional plan is simply politically motivated and intended to just ban genetically modified organisms, regardless of what the science shows. He notes that that U.S. commissioners have established an inexplicably rushed timetable to put a GMO ban on the resumes of Commissioners Elise Jones and Deb Gardner, and that, quote, Commissioner Jones and Gardner talk about the evils of Roundup-ready crops based in part on the argument that the widespread use of glyphosate in the county. But as Krieger noted, farmer Dan Lisco stated that to use this argument in Boulder County, to me, is almost a joke. Because according to multiple farmers, it is not a problem in Boulder County due to the rotation of crops. Krieger then wrote that Commissioner Jones also stated that the second reason to move forward now without adequate research was to not kick the can down the road. To those two arguments, Krieger wrote, quote, we want to be respectful here, but these are two of the worst arguments we've ever heard. As for kicking the can down the road, the Commissioners has repeatedly done just that with the oil and gas rules, jail overcrowding, and subdivision roads. But with GMOs, there is no time to do basic research. I close with urging you to reject the transitional plan, and as Mr. Krieger wrote, you should let the adequate research and study of policy decisions drive meeting schedules, not the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Schlake, and then Famer Rasmussen, and then Andrew Steelen.
I'm Linda Schlake at 2045 Tulip Street, Longmont, Colorado, and I want to thank you as the county commissioners for pursuing a plan to phase out the GE crops. A couple of years ago, we felt very fortunate to find a home in Boulder County because you have a good reputation for supporting healthy lifestyles here. And so I was frankly surprised that on public lands, you were still growing those crops. There's some reason why those crops and the pesticides affiliated with them are not allowed in many European countries. I want to say I have a daughter who has a master's degree in public health and is a registered dietitian, and said that tells me that organic and GMO-free foods are definitely the best for you. I get that farming is a challenging profession. I grew up on a farm in Minnesota and participated to the point of chopping the weeds out of the crops and for rotation, chopping the corn out of the beans, etc. But without these GE crops and the kinds of pesticides affiliated with them, we still were a pretty successful farming operation then, and could provide for our family. I realize that things have gone on, and I've got to admit, when I asked my brother about that, who still farms that farm, if he was using pesticides, he said, yeah, I'm using Roundup. All the farmers around here use it. And I said, Terry, do you realize that it could have some bad health effects on you? And he said, oh, it doesn't have any effect. They're spraying it from the plane. It's not touching me. And meanwhile, and so I was really disappointed to discover that. I think that some big companies like Monsanto have sold our farmers a bill of goods. As we speak, there's a new study that's been released showing the negative effects on health from some of these GMO pesticides, and unfortunately, the big companies like Monsanto are trying to suppress those. Thank you so much. I see my time's about up.
Thank you. And my apologies for mispronouncing your name. So Famer Rasmussen, and then Andrew, and then Stephen Hopman.
Famer Rasmussen, Jr.
And Famer, you have 10 minutes since you have pool time, just so everybody knows.
Okay. My name is Famer Rasmussen, Jr., and I live at 1342 Trail Ridge Road in Longmont. I'm a farmer in Boulder County and a third-generation Colorado family farmer. I'm here representing our local fair farming group. If you look at your list of speakers, you'll notice that there aren't many farmers signed up to talk today. There's a reason for this. You have consistently shown us that you don't care at all about what we have to say. We brought as many farmers as we could to your structured meetings back in February, including experienced farmers, young farmers, farmers who grow both organic and GMOs. We had a line of farmer after farmer after farmer trying to speak to you during the 11-hour public hearing. We've sent you emails. We've tried to get you to listen to us and respect our position in every conversation we've had. Your actions up to this point have made it very clear you simply don't care. We engaged in months-long public process in good faith under the mistaken assumption that facts mattered and there was value in what we had to say. We were very clearly wrong. This hearing is yet another box you can check to pretend that there's a legitimate and valid public process at work, and we're not biting. It's a charade. Just smoke and mirrors. We're not supporting this farce anymore. You didn't listen to us when we explained how poorly done, non-research-based transition plan would affect us as farmers. Most of the acres that I farm are on open space. I, along with your other farmers, take care of this land for the county. We've all made significant personal investments in infrastructure and equipment, both for the health of the land and specifically to support GMO cropping systems. Our personal investments have served to improve county-owned land with the knowledge and encouragement of the county. We've said that forcing us back to conventional corn would result in more pesticide use, lower yields, and an overall less sustainable farming system. We've talked about how there is simply not enough water to grow large quantities of market vegetables. We've told you that so far, the other crop ideas advocated by organic marketers and internet degree activists have been investigated and have not been shown to be practical. Not because farmers are stupid and inflexible, because growing the right kind of food and find the right market is complicated in a way that activists simply can't grasp. You didn't listen when open space farmers like me explained to you that we've designed our farming operations precisely in a way that allows us to make a living and continue farming. I'm not getting rich, but right now I get by and take care of the land. If my ability to plant my own crops, including a sustainable growing of local sugar beets, is taken away, then I may be done as a farmer. What's especially hard is that if I have to leave, I can no longer provide assistance to my uncle and dad on their land. Many of the other fair farmers also help out relatives and would experience real financial hardship if you force this plan through. I farm alongside my wife, and our grandchildren live nearby, often come to visit the farm. Some of the older farmers have children that are ready to be the next generation of local farmers. If you talk to the successful organic guys in the county, many of them will say that they never would have made it without the help of established family farmers. All of this could be destroyed by this transition plan because farming doesn't have a big margin of error. We've tried to explain to you that our family farmers represent a brain trust that once it's gone cannot be replaced. We manage water systems, we take care of the county's land, and we help each other out. Right now, the open space farmers who use GMO crops contribute around $1.5 million a year to Parks and Open Space Program. If you lose that income and add it to a county burden to suddenly maintain the thousands of acres that we take care of for you, we think you'll have a real problem. You didn't listen when we reached out to local scientists and academics and brought them to you to share their expertise and knowledge about GMOs and safe pesticides. Scientist after scientist sat in front of you, many with stacks of reputable studies, and tried to get you to understand that the kind of GMO cropping systems we're using here in Boulder County are not only safe, but more sustainable than the alternatives. You didn't listen to them. In doing so, clearly demonstrated that you care more about activist dogma than science. Your disregard for our local scientists and academics was so blatant that when we asked them to weigh in on the draft transition document, every scientist who responded told us the same thing. The commissioners have made it clear they don't care what we have to say. Although we eventually were able to convince a couple of local academics to submit a written comment, that initial response is still very telling. Like the farmers, the local scientific community knows that you don't care about their expertise and you're not listening to them. You especially haven't listened when everyone from farmers to local scientists tried to talk to you about the safety of glyphosate, to explain why the now retracted finding of probable carcinogen was incorrect and that organic farmers are able to use pesticides more dangerous than glyphosate. Instead, the absence of reasonable evidence, you continue to beat the drum of toxic pesticides, using them as a convenient boogeyman to ban GMOs. You didn't care to listen to your own staff, who are subject matter experts with actual day-to-day experience working with the farmers. You went out of your way to avoid asking for staff recommendation because you knew what the recommendation would be. You tried to suppress the local research that has been done about the sustainability of GMO crops. When confronted with the results of the white paper, you've hedged with talk of no-till organic as though it were a guaranteed thing, when in fact it has never been successfully in Boulder County, and it has not been adapted anywhere on a large commercial scale, even in areas that are better suited to this technique than Colorado. You really doubled down on not listening when it comes to POSAC. Your own advisory committee recommended a continuation of the GMO cropping systems with additional emphasis on need for local research. With no explanation, you completely ignored POSAC. They did their work in good faith and you didn't listen. Why the academic of not listening? It seems that scientific consensus, local data, and the words of your own farmers are just an inconvenient truth. When there is a predetermined outcome, you have shown that your actions are more about living up to a campaign promise made to activists rather than responsible care of the open space land. We tried to talk you and participated actively in every public engagement opportunity up until now, but your decisions have made a joke of the public process. A group of local farmers met with your staff on June 1st and presented them with a document containing our ideas for a research-first transition plan. There was never any follow-up from the county after that meeting. After months of not engaging, you released a no-plan transition document. You gave the farmers just a week and a half to review the document and provide feedback during harvest time. When POSAC concluded that there was no actual plan in the transition document, some very serious unanswered questions, and a need for more staff work, you ignored them again. You didn't listen to POSAC, using the excuse that you didn't want to kick the can down the road. You did this while at the same time approving yet another extension to the oil and gas moratorium, stating that the issue needs additional research and staff work. That moratorium is going on 5 years, and you can't even agree to POSAC's request for additional 3 months of staff work on this? What about addressing some of the farmers' 10 pages of questions about the legal, financial, and logistical implications of this transition document? This isn't kicking the can down the road, it's kicking the farmers to the curb. It needs to be very clear that trying to complete research while the clock is ticking on the transition plan is absolutely the wrong way to do this. Even Jeff Moore, the organic advocacy group Rodell, that has been courted by some of you, has said that ideas like no-till organic would be needed to be researched here in Boulder County for at least 5 years before he could even begin to make a recommendation. Not 5 years until we have a fully tested, scaled up, financially sustainable alternative for our farmers. 5 years before we even have enough data to begin the process of new recommendations. In farming, a 5-year deadline to force something new is equivalent of a past due notice. Making change in a responsible way takes patience, work, and time. Starting the clock on the transition plan before research produces results is irresponsible. The deadlines in the current transition document do not represent a reasonable compromise between the farmers. Call for research first, and the non-farming activists who, with zero idea of what they're talking about, want the transition to happen immediately. And uninformed and unscientific opinion should not be given weight and allowed to tip the scales in the name of compromise. Do not think you can do a couple years' worth of research and then reassess at the last minute if the research isn't panning out. If you set a 3-year deadline for corn and then discover 2.5 years in that the research isn't working, it's too late to pivot. Your local family farmers could be gone, and it will be your fault. So, how do you move forward now? You haven't listened up to this point, and you've got the headlines about banning GMOs that you wanted. Now you have a choice.
Thank you. Andrew Stephen, Stephen Hoffman, and then Mary Mulry.
Andrew Stalin, 2855 Dover Drive, Boulder. I've had a successful scientific career for 55 years. And during this time, I've never implemented a new policy before carrying out research to evaluate the long-term effects of such a policy. To do otherwise would have been considered reckless by my peers and destroyed my scientific career. I'd like to address 2 questions at this point. Do GM crops benefit or hurt organic farming? In 2010, a major peer-reviewed paper was published in the journal Science that addressed the question, is the planting of GM corn crops beneficial or detrimental for traditional and for organic farmers? And the results were startling. The benefits of the planting of GM corn crops were greater for organic farmers than for the traditional farmers that planted the GM seeds. The reason is that the general reduction in crop-damaging insects made it possible for organic farmers to manage the insects with their alternative farming methods. Without that, they could not do it. And in the 1990s here, a number of farmers nearly went bankrupt because they couldn't manage the corn borers. Similar results have been made in studies of glyphosate-resistant crops, and I'd like to mention that I could drink 10 milliliters of pure glyphosate, that is Roundup, every day for a month, and I'd be quite healthy. That's what the toxicology studies show. So the take-home message is too much organic farming is bad for organic farming. The second question I would like to ask you is, what do you want your county commissioner legacy to be? If you implement crop planting policies before researching these policies and the political policies later turn out to be flawed, you will be remembered as the county commissioners whose policies damaged farming on open space farmlands. Alternatively, if you can define first the specific questions that you want to study, then set up a research program to test the new farming policies, and finally, once the new methods have been optimized and tested, you can apply them to all open space farmlands. Your legacy will be that you were the thoughtful county commissioners who instigated the process of improving farming methods on open space farmlands.
Thank you. Stephen Hoffman, then Mary Mulry, and then Elizabeth Black.
Good afternoon, and thank you for hosting this hearing. I am not on the farm every day, but every day I do work with farmers, ranchers, food processors, media, and consumers in my role in food and agriculture journalism and communications. Plus, my agriculture background includes a Master of Science from Penn State University in Agriculture, Entomology, and Insect Pest Control, working as an agricultural extension agent in Pennsylvania, serving as a volunteer in agriculture in Central America with the Peace Corps, where I actually helped plow with oxen, and also as former director of the Organic Center, a research and education organization that does work in research and educating about the benefits of organic food and agriculture. I understand the farmer's position, with USDA reporting actually just this week that 99% of sugar beets are now GMO, and more than 90% of corn seeds are now GMO and treated with neonicotinoids that damage our bee population. Actually, 80% of the world's seed stock is now owned by, used to be 5 a year ago, but now it's only 3 multinational corporations, and they own, again, 80% of the world's seed stock. And they are biotech and pesticide companies. It's Monsanto Bayer, it's ChemChina Syngenta, and it's Dow DuPont. So that's pretty much who's controlling our system of food and agriculture right now. And really, the seeds are a vehicle to sell pesticides. I also share much of the Park and Open Spaces definition of sustainable agriculture, including the use of the word regenerating, because actually, according to Rodale Institute, which has done some grandfathering and milestone work, organic regenerative agriculture can actually sequester carbon in healthy soils, pulling it out of the atmosphere, and literally reversing climate change. If you don't believe me, I'd be happy to show you research on this. Boulder County's GMO farmers, the tenant farmers on open space land, I have no right to say what they do on their private land, but as soon as it's on public land and there are these kinds of hearings, I am allowed a voice as a voting citizen of Boulder County. So I do agree with the word regenerating, but again, I have a bit of a different perspective on agriculture given my background. But I have to tell you, I do agree with the timeline restraints. Whole Foods Market actually announced that it wanted to come to GMO transparency and labeling. They've given the industry 5 years to do it. It's happening in September 2018. People are scrambling to try to figure out how to do this in 5 years. Everybody's going to be last minute. And it takes a long time. It's complex. So I actually do agree with the farmers that they need time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Mulry, and then Elizabeth Black, and then Mark Guttridge.
Hello, I'm Mary Mulry, and I reside at 12855 North 66th Street in rural Boulder County. I'm also a member of the Food Systems Advisory Council with a PhD in food science and human nutrition. Thank you very much. I'm in total support of your decision to transition away from GMO agriculture on county public lands. You have been visionaries regarding sustainability and your goals to convert land to organic and transition away from GE crops to support those goals and the values of the citizens of Boulder County. What an incredible resource our county has, 25,000 acres of ag land, of which we are only discussing about 1,200. As I advise all of my clients, large and small, the future of our food system rests on organic and regenerative agriculture. It is because it minimizes inputs, builds soil, increases diversity, reduces toxins, and sequesters carbon to help mitigate climate change, all backed by peer-reviewed science. But it's not just me that sees the future. Large food companies have been seeing tremendous success in their organic programs, including Costco, Kroger, Safeway, and other large retailers, large consumer packaged goods companies that include General Mills, Kellogg, Pinnacle Foods, Group Danone, just to name a few. Their organic markets are growing as they struggle to grow conventional. In my remaining time, I want to reassure you on the economics, and this is anything but a niche market. I found that Costco, Aurora Organic Dairy, and Lundberg Family Farms, among others, are buying farmland to supply their ever-burgeoning organic needs. Large companies are supporting certified transitional crops, which command a higher price than conventional or non-GMO, as companies know that in 3 years they will have increased their organic supply. Companies like Clarkson Grain, Kashi, and Kellogg's, Ardent Mills with a flour mill in Denver, All have certified transitional programs. Organic corn commands $7.50 a bushel versus $3.50 for conventional. Transitional somewhere in between to buffer the cost of conversion. We have incredible resources in that we have experienced farmers who've been managing the land who have great likelihood of success in conversion to organic. We are lucky to have rich resources and support here in Colorado. A supportive public, CSU with visionary ag scientists like Dr. Gene Kelly, former chair of the Department of Soil Science, farmers already managing over 200,000 acres of certified organic land in Colorado, and we have Rodale and consultants with a rich depth of experience in organic agronomy, markets, economics of growing organic. With input from all stakeholders, we can find a path. Let's get started sooner rather than later. I've never been so positive about our potential here. The future is bright. Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Black, then Mark Gudridge and Rich Andrews.
Hi, Elizabeth Black, your neighborhood Christmas tree farm, Boulder. The three-page document you are considering today is a ban, but not a plan. If it were a plan, it would lay out the costs and benefits of phasing out GE crops. It would look at the options available to GE farmers and discuss the costs of those options for everyone in the county. But it's a ban and not a plan, and it doesn't do any of those things. It doesn't mention how many GE farmers will return to conventional methods of growing corn or sugar beets if GE seeds are banned. Those farmers will then use way more insecticides, which are much more toxic to pollinators and people than the neonicotinoid seed treatments they currently use. It doesn't discuss how GE farmers will use pre-emergent herbicides to prepare fields if they can't use GE seeds. Pre-emergent herbicides are much more toxic than glyphosate. It doesn't estimate how those GE farmers will, by turning to conventional or even organic methods to till fields and battle weeds, emit 4 times as much CO2 from their tractors, will put 10 times as much CO2 into the atmosphere from soil disturbance, and will lose 10 times as much soil moisture. And it doesn't quantify the extra cost of all those extra inputs, what those costs will do to profit margins, what lower profit margins will do to lease payments to the county and the open space budget, how many GE farmers will fail or sell out, and how much privately held farmland and ag water will then be swallowed up by our growing towns. Elise and Deb, at the Fair Commissioners Candidate Forum in September, I heard each of you say that you are not opposed to GE crops per se. It was the glyphosate or neonics which you were opposed to. Well, the ban you are considering today does not mention glyphosates or neonics at all. And there's a very good chance that more glyphosate and neonics will be used as a result of this GE ban. But you must take my word for it, since this ban is not a plan and contains no staff analysis. Please show us that you meant what you said. Please do the research first. Please find a better way of farming our arid lands first, so you can come up with a plan and not a ban. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Gudridge, and you have full time, so you have 6 minutes, followed by Rich Andrews and then Alan Lewis.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mark Gudridge, 8627 North 95th Street in Longmont. Run Olin Farms there. And first, thank you for all your time on this issue this year. I've been following it and putting a lot of time into it myself, not because I didn't have anything better to do. I run a farm, also an environmental engineer, and I have a wife and 4 kids that I didn't spend as much time this year as I would have liked to. But I think this is a really important issue, and I thought I could offer some support as a kind of a bridge between the two pieces. Like, I'm a market farmer, so I'm at the farmer's market all the time. We have a CSA at our farm. My wife Kent and I are involved in the community, so we reach out and talk to a lot of people. And the sense is, to me, this was always about democracy. It was always about, really, there's this overwhelming majority of people in this county that don't want glyphosate crops used in open space parcels. And I applaud you for listening to those people and making the decisions that you did. And I think also my background's in, I've been on the board of the farmers market for the last 6 years and kind of understand open space, who is essentially a great landlord, and that's what the farmers market was for a number of years, was a landlord, where the farmers came and pitched their tents. And it was just a few years ago that we became a nonprofit and really tried to do things up and above being a landlord, where we really were trying to build local markets and really trying to get new products in the market and really support our farmers. And it really wasn't our staff, our market staff, doing that stuff. It was because we had a board of directors that was an active board. Like, we had a bunch of people putting in a bunch of time. It wasn't the staff that was tasked with trying to build a local food system. It was all our volunteers, and we did a really great job of including people from the community and reaching out. And our executive director, Brian Topham, sits like on the shed working group, which is a great example of how you can get community members together and work with a great inclusion to get things done. So I think the model's there, and I think there's a lot of similarities I saw looking at what happened with open space since 2011, when they got tasked with a lot of extra things besides being landlords, and looking at what farmers market did and how we had to handle some of those same problems. So I looked at it from that perspective. Also, I grew up on the farm where I'm at. I was a 4-H kid. I know all these old school farmers around here and have the utmost respect for them. Famer and all of them are just great people, and I was genuinely concerned that they wouldn't get the support they needed to transition and to take on this view of agriculture that the population here really wanted to see for their lands. And so I really wanted to make my voice be heard and see how we can get support to these people, and that's why we got farmers together and gave you a list of recommendations early on about what kind of policy issues besides GMOs are keeping all farmers down, and really why I advocated for not an outright ban, but a transition that as you guys have kind of presented here, I think it's a great step. And honestly, I think it's okay to have the ban before the plan. I think it's okay to put the horse before the carriage, because just observing how this county works, nothing gets done unless there is a deadline. There was no accountability from the 2011 cropland policy, and that's why nothing got done for 5 years as far as like building new farmers and converting big-time farmers. There wasn't a sense of accountability to that. And I think by adopting this plan now, it sets that priority and directs staff to spend some time and start reaching out and getting stakeholders together and actually getting work done, and really puts accountability to, like, we have a deadline here in 3 years, let's get some stuff done. Honestly, I think without that deadline, the research will drag on forever. I think it won't nearly be as beneficial to our farmers. And I think we're really up against other deadlines. Me personally, I think the Roundup Ready crops are a sunset industry. 5 or 10 years down the road, it's going to be hard to sell those things. The market is shifting rapidly. The awareness around health issues are shifting rapidly. And we should have been up in front of this years ago, developing alternatives, and honestly, we weren't. We should have been on this since March of developing alternatives. Honestly, nobody has been. We're still kind of at square one without a plan. We just have a ban. And that's okay, but now we can officially get to work. And I think that's my main point today, is I really wanted to say I'm okay with that Section 1 and Section 3. I think it's right. I think the timeline's right. I think you guys are doing the right steps and setting that priority. But I do kind of have some concerns around Section 2, which is support agriculture in Boulder County. I mean, 2011, open space was tasked with doing that. 2012, our sustainability plan passed in the county, and there was a big part about local food and agriculture. All those responsibilities got shifted to open space, and I'm reading the exact same things they got tasked with, like in 2011, 2012, that we haven't made any progress on. And I'm just worried that how are we going to be assured that there's going to be progress made this time? And I'm actually confident. I really like the new staff. I really like the new leadership at Open Space. I think they have the ability to get these things done, but they really need to go past just listening to CSU and extension and really getting out and getting everybody in the community involved. I think the biggest community person I don't see involved in this is the Sustainability Office. Sustainability is big, big, big in Boulder County right now. I mean, at the last tax thing, it was open space passed 61%, sustainability passed 70%. That's what people want. They want open space lands, but they want to manage sustainably. In the Sustainability Office, I've seen Susie do an amazing job of getting stakeholders together. She's the one launching this carbon sequestration research. I reached out to Open Space about this in March, about we can use carbon sequestration research to get money to farmers, and I never heard anything back. Susie's brought in all these stakeholders, including CSU, but also including CU has a ton of opportunities, and also including local farmers, and it has a great group of people, and they're going to launch this program forward in the next couple of weeks. And I think that's bringing her expertise of getting those people in together and getting those stakeholders present, including people like the shed, is what we're going to do, because we really need to start working right now on what are these alternative crops going to be, because it's not going to be conventional corn.
Thank you. Rich Andrews, you also have pooled time, so you have 6 minutes, followed by Alan Lewis and Mary Lammy.
My name's Rich Andrews, 6803 J Road in the county. Thanks for the opportunity to speak again. You've heard from me many times, and I've given you lots of detailed scientific backed up information. I hope you go back to it and read it again. Boulder County Open Space, the quote transition plan, I have to say is not a plan, as many other people have said. It's lacking in detail. It lacks in achievement schedules, milestones. It's vague and non-committal in many ways. The only thing that's definitive about it is the schedule for phase out of the 2 GE crops. This whole process has been multi-year, exhausting, but it's been misplaced in terms of the emphasis that should be. It's not just about genetic engineering. It never has been and just can't continue to be just about that. It's about what the genetic engineering as applied to these 2 particular crops is about. And those are the hazards associated with the pesticides in particular of those 2 crops. That should be and continue to be the major impetus for transitioning away from these crops, the hazards associated, in particular glyphosate. I've previously given you a lengthy literature review about those hazards, including 115 scientific references to back up every statement in there. Public policy, in fact, should be about what are we transitioning to, and that is also a void in this so-called plan. I will argue that what we need to transition to and do it simultaneously as the GE crops are phased out, immediately transition to organic, restorative, biologic farming methods, not the chemically intensive, in fact, I will call it chemically toxic methods that we currently employ. Let me speak to, you asked a little bit ago about what is sustainable. To me, a lot of the definitions that were given were good. However, if the food that is produced or the feeds that are produced for animals are toxic and cause diseases and maladies, that's simply not sustainable. We need to only produce safe, nutritious foods and feeds and fibers on our open space lands. That's the only acceptable path. The transition plan talked about demonstration, research, development, and demonstration programs. Those are all good things. They're not necessary to be completed prior to transitioning to organic. Organic is proven in our state in a variety of different crops. And some of the crops that are being, like corn in particular, you can grow organic corn in this county. and there's organic seed available, there's no need to wait. Sugar beets is a little bit different question because of the contractual matters and some of those issues. So I will concede that there's some greater issue there. So a couple things I would like to specifically say. Make sure the plan includes a ban on glyphosate. Make sure the plan actually even speaks to neonics, which you, in fact, as commissioners, gave as a charge to the department to, in fact, include, which they've ignored. Those particular class of pesticides need to be taken out of circulation in our county. They should not be allowed to be used as seed coatings, period. Seed coatings, in fact, violate the entire concept of integrated pest management because they are applied prophylactically. So that's pretty much what I have to say. I hope you take it to heart, and I hope you read the document I just gave you yesterday even, which is, I'm holding in front of you. It's called Glyphosate, Unsafe on Any Plate. And I will like to particularly point out to everybody here about the sampling that's been done on a lot of the products that everybody eats, including probably some of your favorite breakfast cereals and things like Cheerios. Measuring the highest levels of those sampled so far of glyphosate residuals, much higher than could be considered safe, and a whole bunch of other products that were sampled in that sampling program. So take a look at it. Make sure you only buy stuff safe for you and your kids when you go to the supermarkets. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Lewis, then Mary Lammy, and then David McKay.
Thank you, Commissioners. Hey, congratulations on getting this far and having a time frame and a start of a plan. I'm at 503 Dewey in Boulder. I want to offer you words of encouragement and hope now that we're here. Last time I spoke here, reminded you that all the world is watching Boulder County and how we're treating our public lands and our agriculture. We're in jeopardy of falling behind new techniques and technologies and systems. Now, that comment was turned around to me a bit as if I was disrespectful to our farmers, but remember that no one is a bigger defender of Boulder County farmers and farmers in general than me. I have a large reach in my advocacy role, and farmers like Famer are people that I defend in what their choices are and what their best uses of their land is at any given time. So I've got nothing to walk back on that topic. I wanted to correct the record on that, but also point out that the quality of the experience that people like Famer have, the dedication, technical expertise in our farming community going back generations is just astounding, and we don't want to lose it. But I'm pretty sure they'll survive this transition from one cropping system to another, and it's likely that we will all thrive. We also have in place critical processing infrastructure, intense consumer demand for clean food, and plenty of private and public capital. I've been listening to this debate on this issue in person and online since I've been involved firsthand for 7 or 8 years. I think it's important to remind everyone just how long this has been going on. There should be no surprise among open space tenants that a transition was underway. Vote after vote, and citizen policy councils told that tale, and the recent voter approval of open space taxes with a specific focus on sustainable methods certainly could not have been missed. But remember, with all due respect, that the Parks and Open Space Department has stewarded this issue from day one, beginning way back in the 90s, and it has deliberately delayed action, refused to do basic research, continued GMO leases, discounted organic agricultural and alternative agricultural initiatives, and supported all of the biotech talking points even as they were discredited one by one. So if we're looking for more research before we act, I don't think that's accurate. I think we know what this was coming and the research is available. Places like Rodale, as I finish up, have been doing trials, with conventional and organic side by side for 40 years, and for the last 7 years, they've thrown in GMO. Those products are more profitable with fewer inputs and greater yields. The organic products are. So there's no reason to slow down at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Lammy, then David McKay, then Paul Danish.
Mary Lammy, 11469 North 75th Street, Hygiene, Colorado. I've been a hay farmer for 44 years. I currently serve as president of the Runyon Ditch Company. I come at this problem from the point of view of the farmer. The county's plan to phase out GE crops will tie the hands of those farmers. They have to compete in the real world and not in the world that the commissioners would like to see. Transition time is too brief for farmers to make good business decisions regarding what to grow and the proper farm and irrigation equipment that would be necessary with new crops. The county's promise of assistance will not alleviate this problem. I'm interested to know if the data collection that is mentioned also includes scientific updates on GE crops, or will the collection of this data only mirror the county's position? Hygiene residents have asked me if the commissioners have their minds made up before the public hearing ever begins. This may be fair or not fair, but the sentiment is out there. This is a great big county, and Boulder is not the be-all and end-all of the creative thought and innovative ideas. I ask you to be open to ideas of all residents, but particularly the farm community that will be impacted the most. Thank you.
Thank you. David McKay, then Paul Danish, and then Carmen Rasmussen.
My name is David McKay. My residence is 4945 Twin Lakes Road. I also have a small agricultural property at 7455 North 77th Street in Niwot. I'm a biological research scientist by trade. I've worked at CU and at Stanford for many years. But with a small plot of agricultural land, I do a little low-level gardening and interact with the local farmers. I'd like to make a few points. First, each crop and each pesticide, including those that will become available in the future, should be considered on their individual characteristics and risks. Second, decisions should be founded on established science, not on dogma, hearsay, or unsubstantiated results. Third, leaseholders required to make a transition should be compensated reasonably for clearly identifiable costs to transition. On the first point, the transition plan focuses specifically on Roundup-resistant corn and beets, but basically generalizes and outlaws all GMO crops. I think this is a little short-sighted because at this time there's a plethora of new crops being developed, as summarized in an issue of Science rather eloquently. And to ban all GMOs basically without even knowing what they will be in the future seems a bit short-sighted. I'm concerned by the undercurrent that there's a serious incompatibility between modern biotechnology and agricultural sustainability, which leads me to the second point, that our decisions should be based on solid science. For example, there's a growing body of evidence that neonicotinoid pesticides, which have very long lifetimes and very high affinities for their target receptors, accumulate a toxicity in the environment. In contrast, when used properly, Roundup, which has a relatively short lifetime and used in crop rotations, is relatively benign. Third, the transition plan is vague and has little complete substance. For example, are we going to compensate those people growing corn if they transition from GE strip tillage to conventional for the difference between the $210 per acre to $70 per acre profit that was summarized in the Colorado State University white paper. I'm almost out of time, so let me just say I think we need to define what sustainable agriculture is in the context of all options of modern biotechnology before we move forward in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Danish, and you have 6 minutes because you were pulling time. And then Carmen Rasmussen, who's also pulling time for 6 minutes, and then Mara Abbott.
Paul Danish, 2130 10th Avenue, Longmont. There's no nice way I can say this. Your March 17 decision to ban GMOs from Boulder County open space was rigged. Your minds were made up months before the actual decision, and all the, quote, public process, end quote, amounted to little more than a charade. This was made obvious by your attempt to suppress the County Open Space Department's CSU study of comparative agricultural practices in Boulder County when it didn't come out to your liking. That study ended up showing that agricultural practices based on GMO crops, first, used fewer and less toxic pesticides than conventionally grown crops, second, used less diesel fuel than either conventionally grown or organic crops, third, saved a substantial amount of water compared to either conventional or organically grown crops, four, were much less disruptive soil than either conventionally or organically grown crops, and fifth, had a much lower carbon footprint than conventional organic farming. So you attempted to suppress the study, claiming it was just a working draft. That prompted the farmers who you are trying to screw to file the Colorado Open Records Act, CORA action, which eventually resulted in the study becoming public. Here are some of the findings from that study that need to be in the public record. The diesel fuel burned in conventional corn farming in Boulder County produces 180 to 316 pounds of CO2 per acre. Organic corn farming produces 130 to 290 pounds of CO2 per acre. The figures for strip tillage with Roundup Ready corn are 51 to 181 pounds CO2 per acre, up to 2/3 less. The water loss from conventional and organic tillage practices comes to 2¼ to 2½ inches for organic. The water loss from Roundup Ready enabled strip tillage is 1/4 inch per acre, less than 1/10 as much as organic. The act of plowing up a field releases as much CO2 from the soil as is released from the act of plowing up a field releases much more CO2 from the soil than is released from a tractor. Conventional and organic practices release more than 3,000 pounds per acre. The figure for Roundup-enabled strip tillage is 474 pounds per acre, less than 1/6 as much. Using a measure of aggregate pesticide toxicity called the Environmental Index Quotient, developed at Cornell University, the study found that the alternative stew of pesticides farmers will have to use if they can't plant genetically engineered corn is over 5 times more toxic than if they used Roundup Ready BT varieties. For sugar beets, the other crop on your hit list, the figure is 1,100% more toxic. This finding is particularly damning considering that Commissioner Gardner claimed her vote to ban or GMO crops was not a vote against GMO per se, but a vote against the use of glyphosate, which is much less toxic than the alternatives. Similar advantages were found for GE sugar beets. You say you want to ban GMOs to make farming in Boulder County more sustainable, but the county's own study makes a mockery of this claim. The study shows that GMO cropping practices are much more sustainable than either conventional agricultural practices using non-GMO crops or in most respects, organic practices. In trying to ban GMO engineering crops from county open space, you may be shilling for the local natural food barons or pandering to the local food cranks who eat at the American table but won't stop complaining about the food. But one thing you are not doing is being sustainable or rational. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmen Rasmussen, then Mara Abbott, and then Lynn Siegel.
Carmen Rasmussen, 1342 Trail Ridge Road.
Carmen, can you pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you?
Closer?
Yeah.
Longmont, Colorado. I'm Famer's wife, and I'm going to continue what he was saying on behalf of the local fair farmers. So how do we move forward now? You haven't listened up to this point, and you got the headlines about banning GMOs that you wanted. Now you have a choice. There's work happening right now to create a county ag research initiative. To do this right, you need to commit to seeing the research through and finding a viable alternative before the clock starts on any transition. This is not dragging things out. It's taking the responsible, thoughtful approach to change. Local research first, then the timeline starts for the transition plan. That is the most important decision that you can make today. You can bring the farmers in as real stakeholders, commit to transparency of the research data, and put in the work to compare things like no-till organic with the precision GMO ag that's currently happening. Despite the way us farmers are often treated, we're not stupid. Demonstrate to us at the local level that there's a better way to grow food, and we'll take that seriously. You can create a legacy for yourself of local ag research that could lead to great things. Or, Commissioners Gardner and Jones, you can ignore your farmers and the most basic tenet of science. Research first, yet again. If you insist on starting the clock of the transition plan now, when the research hasn't even begun, then you're going to have to own every failure on that open space land. Every noxious weed infestation, every family farmer driven out of business, every image of deserted land. That will be all tied to you. When the EPA cracks down on Colorado for emission standards, when water conservation comes to the forefront, when there are public conversations about local food security, we will talk about your decision to force an unsustainable, unscientific transition plan. The choice is yours. Will you listen? Thank you.
Thank you. Mara Abbott, then Lynn Siegel, then David Wheeler.
Mara Abbott, 3995 Martin Drive, Boulder, Colorado. So what's so striking to me about this transition plan is that I can't really decide whether it's the people who support the transition from GMOs or the people who oppose it who should be most concerned by the plan. For those in opposition, this plan is counter to their wishes and beliefs, and in some cases, as we've heard today, it threatens the only livelihood that they have without even offering the comfort of a specifically researched vision of the future that a county wishes to transition to. It does show a vision of what the county's land will not be, but it does not show a vision of what that land will be. But that's why those who support this transition should be equally upset, if not even more so. Because for them, this is a project that they care about deeply, and they want to see it succeed. But without a clear and researched plan for execution, the success of this transition is much less likely, and it threatens the reputation of a cause they feel committed to. And this is the worst example because it's become so cliche, but in the city, about a year ago, a little more than a year ago, we went through a really similar thing with the right sizing of Folsom. Again, this sounded awesome. We all have that environmental aspiration that we want to create this wonderful, sustainable future and that we want to be a leader. But if we can't take the time to actually figure out what that sustainable future should look like, it's not going to set us up for success, and it's going to be destructive to that image rather than supportive of it. Now, that being said, this isn't a plan, as a lot of people have said. It's a commitment and a timeline. It says that the county wishes to work with farmers to find alternative crops. But if those haven't been determined yet, you're talking about work in which change is measured in multi-year cycles, and it's impossible to put down a mandate of 3 or even 5 years when the decision of what the county proposes to transition to remains unknown. I cannot conscionably imagine a commitment to this timeline before more research is done into what the process will entail and exactly what success even looks like. All being said, I encourage you to consider whether this is even a commitment you want to make. Boulder County's cropland policy rests on a commitment to sustainability, and that is defined as social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Environment is the most obvious here, but if we want to look at an actual holistic goal of environmental sustainability, it is fairly unclear that banning GMOs on Boulder County open space land does not advance that goal. A lot of people talk about the ideal vision of no-till vegetable farming, but that's not necessarily what's already been proven to be sustainable in our area, and these points have been done much better than I can by other people today. In terms of economics, 80% of the farmers who have attempted to farm on county land have failed.
Thank you. Lynn Siegel, then David Wheeler, then Jason Condon.
Lynn Siegel, 538 Dewey. Sorry, I have this pull in my muscle. It's really kind of uncomfortable, probably related to ingestion of pecan pie at Thanksgiving from GMOs and corn syrup. But I don't go to the doctor, so no one's ever going to know. Jobs. What kind of jobs? Research into net health-friendly agriculture or GMO status quo? Subsidize the farmers in education and health-friendly agriculture jobs, or just pay them off like the coal industry workers. Health. Of whom? People who can afford expensive organics in a GMO market, as is the case now, or people who can afford non-GMO organics in a competitive organic market. What of the impact of healthcare costs and the lack of access to people ingesting products of GMOs? Debate. I want to see a debate between Adrian Card and Mark Olin and Elizabeth Black and Rich Andrews and any others who would like to join into it, a public debate, and really get some creative thought going on about how to break down this fracture in our community. We have enough fractures from the impact fees. We don't need any more. Let's have open debate. It's not going to cause a big fight. We've already got a big fight. Let's decompress that big fight and make it open between people and in the public. Please. Not too much time left. Life's short.
Thank you. David Wheeler, then Jason Condon, and then Artie Elmquist.
David Wheeler, 3660 Buckeye Court. Good to see you all again. It's been so long. I want to talk mainly about bees and farm workers. They both suffer from a lot of pesticides. And the movement to non-GMO crops, as has been said before today, is, as we all know, not really about the fact that they're GMOs. If you're taking insulin because you're a diabetic, you like GMOs, and I don't argue with that. That's just fine. It's the pesticides we're talking about. And if we get rid of GMOs because of the pesticides, and for that reason end up using something like atrazine, which is way worse, but is not used with GMOs these days, that's not where we're talking about wanting to go. To save the bees and to save the people, as a representative of Be Safe Boulder, and also a lot of people in that organization that don't believe in the use of pesticides, we need to get away from pesticides. I agree with Mark Olin, Mark Guttridge of Olin Farms, that yes, it may be a ban without a plan, but that's plenty of time to make a plan. Research should have been done a long time ago, and POSAC showed under their previous director that they were not doing the research they were supposed to be doing. If research can't be done soon, then let's just get going and get something done and find out what can happen as we go. Research has been done. New York Times on October 29th, on their top of the fold, above the fold, front page column of their Sunday, October 29th issue, talked about the fact that over the last 20 years, GMOs have not performed any better than conventional crops. And that's a global comparison. That doesn't say that Boulder County is just like the rest of the globe, so there may be differences. But that is an example of some research that has been done, and it's been done over a very, very long time. I think we need to pay attention to this. I also agree with, as I said before, Rich Andrews' point that this is not just about GMOs. This is about pesticides. Our next step should not be towards anything, should not be backing off to conventional because we can't do GMO anymore. It should be taking the next step. As we know, if we've been reading the news, organics are the largest growing sector of the food market in the U.S. today. If anything, we should respond to that and create an organic, healthy for the environment, healthy for the people, healthy for the planet world, and help the farmers transition into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Condon, and then Artie Elmquist, and then Scott Miller.
Good evening. My name is Jason Condon. I live at 10029 Isabel Road, Lafayette, unincorporated Boulder County. My wife Natalie and I run Isabel Farm in Lafayette. We grow organic produce, organic silage, transitional corn, hay, pumpkins on open space land as well as on private land. And my family's been farming here since the 1860s. So I come here today, my concerns today stem mainly from item 4 listed in the transition plan. I believe this idea was created with good intentions, but I believe in practice it will lead to a more rancor and more disputed data due to questionable motives, and ultimately will do little to no good in the process of transitioning the county away from GE crops. We have spent years arguing over hundreds of studies. Rarely have those studies been debated in substance, but instead, almost always, their legitimacy has been attacked based on the motives of the people doing the studies. So I have to ask you, how on earth can we expect any data coming from an organization like Rodale to be taken any more seriously than studies sponsored by Bayer Chemical? Rodale is a nonprofit entity, Rodale Institute is a nonprofit entity that is directly tied with a huge for-profit entity. Their goal is to eliminate GMOs around the country and replace them with organics. I believe they see Boulder County as a great place to leverage in furthering that agenda. This community deserves better than to be a stepping stone for outside interests. Our business was created and continues to thrive on one basic principle, and that's trust in local farmers. Every day we deal with institutions, restaurants, families, and people of all types, and they tell us repeatedly that what matters most to them is not GMO, non-GMO, organic, conventional, grass-fed, corn-fed, etc. What matters to them is real, local, and real farmers whom they trust. I believe that this is true across the spectrum of ag in Boulder County, and I believe it's a principle that we need to stick to be successful. Right or wrong, agree or disagree, this county is about to embark on a great experiment. We're moving forward with a transition to a GE-free open space, and like it or not, the success of this venture depends on farmers. It only can succeed if farmers can make it succeed. I implore you, I don't want to see this transition getting passed as a good time for a victory lap. This transition will only be a victory if we can make it work, and making it work will only happen if we do it together. It's time to turn down the rhetoric, dispense with delusions of a savior from afar, and start really listening to our farmers and what they need. Please, listen to Famer. As a young farmer, I do. I really encourage you to as well. Let's make this transition plan based on local things that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Artie Elmquist, then Scott Miller, and then, do we have other folks who have signed up?
There are a couple other folks, and I just wanted to let you know that Scott Miller does have pooled time. He'll have 6 minutes.
Okay.
Artie Youngquist, 3642 Bella Rosa Parkway, Longmont, Colorado. I come here to rise also stating that the ban is not a plan, and I think I may be a man with a plan. And as of 2 o'clock this afternoon, that plan is starting to become reality. It's a plan that has been in the works for most of calendar year 2016 that I've been working on, and I'm pleased to announce, having consulted with Boulder County Parks and Open Space staff, cooperative extension agents like Adrian Card, and this afternoon, Dr. John McKay at CSU, there's an exciting plan that could come together that says we don't need to place a ban on GMOs. And what is the plan, then, if we're not going to ban GMOs? The plan should be to support the POSAC plan, to support the research farm, give that research time to play out. And what will make this plan so unique is it involves a new crop that is on the horizon that promises to revolutionize the ag economy in the state of Colorado. That crop being industrial hemp. It is a crop that is currently not easily and able to be grown on county-owned lands because it's still at the federal level is not able to be grown commercially. However, if you vision out within the next 5 years, I think it's very safe to say that it is a crop that will eventually easily be able to be planted on county-owned land. So therefore, I want you to support my plan that says, let's go with the POSAC plan. Let's start the research farm. Let's see if we can't, with the help of Dr. Gene Kelly, who runs the ag experiment stations at CSU, bring industrial hemp into that research farm plan. And maybe we will just see that it's not necessary to migrate towards a hard and fast plan on GMO crops, because only in 5 years will we truly identify what the long-term plan needs to be. So I thank you for your support. I'd love to talk to you more about in detail how we can grow industrial hemp. And I want you to know I am now part of a group and a team, hemp, of 4 gentlemen that have come together that hope to revolutionize hemp production in Colorado in many, many ways, teaching farmers how to be, in calendar year 2017, apprentices, teaching them how to grow hemp in other counties where it's legal to do so. And I want you to know that Montezuma County down in southwest Colorado, Cortez area, is wanting to be the leader in hemp production. Boulder County can race ahead and take that lead later on. Thank you very much.
Scott Miller? And then that's all I have on my list.
We do have another couple people who have asked to speak.
Okay, I should just, they're not written down, I'll call them.
Scott Miller, 1700 South 104th Street, Broomfield. I'm not sure how to do this and how this will factor into my time, and I didn't really need the whole 6 minutes, but I wanted to get some clarification. There was something that Eric said during his presentation that was contradictory to what's been presented to us as the farmers and to POSAC, and I wanted to make sure we're all on the same page on this, so there's not any miscommunications after the fact. And one of the slides that he put up, there was a statement that he had the limited plantings of either GE crop to a maximum of 2 times per tenant according to existing protocols of cropland policy. He didn't have the existing protocols of cropland policy on there. And the way it was represented to us is basically that we would be operating within the current GMO management plan, which says that you won't plant GMO crops on the same piece of ground every year. You have to alternate a year on, a year off, a year on, a year off. So that 2 times total, the way, like in my situation where we plant corn, it doesn't mean that we're only planting corn 2 more times in the next 3 years. It means that I may plant corn in 2017 on one field, in 2018 it would be on a different field, and then in 2019 it could come back to that first field and then it would be done. And that's And that was how it was represented to us. So, and if I'm wrong on that, I guess we need clarification on that. But that was my understanding, and then I know most of the farmers' understandings on the process, on the policy.
So we'll have staff answer your question after the public hearing, but
Okay.
got that written down.
Okay.
And you can continue on with.
Okay, gotcha. Commissioners, obviously, from the hearing this spring, I've got my views on what sustainable farming in Boulder County is, and you have your views on what it is, and it's not the same. We could go round and round about this all evening, and ultimately, we wouldn't get anywhere. Our opinions aren't going to change. So I suggest that commissioners put your money where your mouth is, which is what the farmers have always done. There's two ways for us to do that. The first and most logical way would be to move forward with a research first plan, where the clock would not start on any transition plan until the local research had produced an alternative cropping system that's both environmentally and economically sustainable in Boulder County. This is what the local farmers asked for in June when they met with Ron Stewart and Jeff Moline, and it's what CU Professor Andrew Stralin told you would be the most scientifically sound approach. If for some reason you're against that concept and hell-bent on setting a transition deadline right now, then I expect to see the following motions from you. The first motion should state that at the very least, the clock for the transition plan will not start until the local research station is established in planting crops. If you believe that local research can be started quickly, there's no reason to object to this motion because both the local research and the transition clock will start soon. But you cannot reasonably expect the transition clock to begin when the research hasn't started. That'd be insane and a clear admission that the local research is irrelevant to the political decision. Second states that if the local research does not demonstrate crops or a cropping system that are both more environmentally and economically sustainable than what farmers are doing now by the transition deadline for corn, that transition plan will be paused and reassessed. There's no logical, moral, or ethical reason to oppose these motions unless the whole point of this is just to put, I banned GMOs in Boulder County as an accomplishment on your resume, with no concern for what happened, for what the consequences are. This entire public conversation, including Commissioners Gardner and Jones' remarks on March 17th, was based on you knowing there is a better way to farm than our local farmers. If you're so sure there is a better way, then you must logically be willing to demonstrate that before forcing a transition that will put our land and our local farmers at risk. We put our chips on the table. It's your turn.
Thank you. So that's all the folks that have signed up, and now we turn to the folks in the audience who still would like to speak and who haven't already spoken. So can we just see a show of hands of who that all includes? Okay, great. So we'll start over here and just work our way across. And after you're done speaking, if you could sign the sign-up sheet, that would be great.
Amy Strombotny, 8502 Stirrup Court in unincorporated Boulder County. I want to talk about something that I don't mean to put off people who are new farmers and are successful farmers, but I want to speak up in support of something I think is incredibly important. I can't grow weeds. I depend on other people to grow the food for me. And I really respect the people who are able to do that because I have tried and I cannot do that. I don't have what it takes to be up before dawn and work until after dark and do that year after year, and especially generation after generation. I find people who are multi-generational farmers are an incredibly important part of the fabric of unincorporated Boulder County. If you have ever had the honor of being able to sit back and talk to somebody who's 70 years old who talks about what it was like in Boulder County when he was a young child. You'll know what I mean. There's a magic in the fact that we have that kind of a presence in Boulder County. And I think that losing our multi-generational farmers is as important as much of a failure as losing our farmland itself. There's a reason why there is a farmer etched into the facade of this building. Farmers incorporated Longmont. Farmers are our ad hoc historians of this county. And I don't see enough of us just really putting emphasis on the fact that this has to work for them. And I'm talking about GMOs, non-GMOs, conventional, 20 years from now, and that's the way that farmers can think or do think. 20 years from now, I think it's possible that a lot of these issues will be worked out in some way. But if 20 years from now we have no multi-generational farmers in Boulder County, that is a loss that we will never be able to get back, a loss in the fabric of this county and what it has been. Please make sure there's that kind of emphasis on making sure they remain. Thank you.
So Jim Morris, you're up next.
Hi, I'm Jim Morris. I live at 1975 Norwood. Not Norwood, I'm sorry, 33rd. Wait, all the different places I've lived over the years, I don't remember it right, but somewhere I'm at, I live somewhere in Boulder. I'll write it down later. Sorry. I want to sort of just criticize Monsanto. They've been a bad actor. They sue farmers when pollen blows into other neighboring fields. They buy up seed companies. I think there's a new seed movie about Vandana Shiva playing today at Bodecker that I don't remember if it's 78% or some huge quantity, so it's hard for farmers to get seeds unless they buy them from something that Monsanto. They got their lawyer to head up the FDA to try and approve the, was it the FDA or the one big government agency to try and prove that GMOs are GRAS, generally recognized as safe, and that we didn't need to test them. They restrict access to testing things. They fired the guy, the Scottish scientist who they loved as long as he showed that the GMO potatoes were safe, and then when they started showing that the rats were getting cancer, they fired him and they threatened to take away his health care. They prevented a TV special in Florida on the perils of GMO milk. They're not people that you want to work with, and you don't, and it's great to set an example. I mean, Boulder, along with Minnesota and many other places, have set examples to ban smoking in the workplace and in restaurants. You have an opportunity to do that. I don't want Monsanto and their lobbyists and front groups and stuff to try and wear you out. I mean, that's what they're trying to do. I tried to write it down somewhere here. They're trying to change the story away from GMOs and pesticides that give cancer and things that kill bees and butterflies and harm local organic farms. They want the story to be, oh, we're wonderful and scientific, when actually they don't really know what they're doing. They don't let research into what the dangers of what they're doing happen, and they just try and smother any competition. So I'm going to rant a little bit more. They're merging. Bayer and Monsanto are trying to merge. Syngenta and ChemChina are trying to merge. Dow and DuPont. They'll get even bigger, more international, harder for anyone to control. So I want organic, pesticide, local food and feed, non-neonicotinoids, non-seed coatings. We need bees, butterflies. We need spiritually, that's the wrong word, but someplace where we renew ourselves if we're hiking or mountain biking or taking our relatives or kids. We need places like that. We don't need to be subject to scientific, non-scientific experiments and from a company that's endangering us. No testing. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think you're up next.
Hi, Luke Westerman, 11391 Broomfield Lane. I'm third-year law student at CU, and I also have a Master of Science in Agronomy from Iowa State University. And I'm also a co-owner of Western Farm in west central Minnesota, where we sustainably grow 3,000 acres of transgenic crops. I come with basically cumulative remarks and words of caution. I caution you to really take a look at the evidence that's being produced for this record. When I first looked at the proposal, I couldn't see it. I couldn't connect the dots. I didn't see a rational basis from the mission statement of sustainability to where this end goal is of not only targeting genetically engineered crops, but specifically glyphosate-resistant crops. And I think really the main crux of the situation there is non-science-based policymaking. And all the research that I've done and taken a look, this is a huge issue, obviously, internationally. And the problem is when you do non-science-based policymaking, it really is going to threaten the future of food and farm policy in the United States. Now, there's been talk of the European countries that don't use glyphosate or really ban GE seeds at all, but really they don't use a scientific-based approach. They use a precautionary principle. So it doesn't matter if it flies in the face of science, they're going to take it. But really what it has come to is they're less flexible. The progression of technology, and especially during high instances of pest pressure and drought, they're not able to adapt and overcome that where genetically engineered seeds would have been proven to be more productive and better secure the food supply. And so really what I've seen, especially even just talking to my classmates at CU and trying to inform them of various policies, is misinformation and lack of information. People don't even know what organic means to them. They go to the grocery store and they buy something because it's supposedly better for them because it has an organic label. Well, then you explain to them what can actually be sprayed on those organic crops, which are biopesticides as well, and there's certain actual synthetic pesticides that are approved for organic production as well. And so I'm sick and tired of coming up with all these peer-reviewed articles explaining people the science behind it, when really the policy that we're trying to do is not based on science. It's flying in the face of the science that is currently out there. And really, this is a critical time where these policies that we're trying to make and claim that they're based on science or something other than that is really going to threaten where we go in the future and how we're going to continue to feed our population. And that worries me. Thank you.
Thank you. So, oops, I think I've been a bad person, and the last four people that have talked that hadn't signed up before, if you could put your name and address on the sign-up sheet. My apologies for not reminding you after you speak. So, sorry to interrupt.
Tatiana Maxwell. I live at 2925 15th Street in Boulder, and I'm just your average public citizen. I have a certain amount of sympathy with all the speakers here today and to you all, our representatives, in making this decision. I garden organically, and I largely buy organic produce and animal products, and I'm not crazy about herbicides and pesticides. I'm also very concerned about climate change and water scarcity, but I strongly support science-based decision-making in our county government. There are any number of scientific associations, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the National Academy of Science, Science-Based Medicine, have gathered a preponderance of peer-reviewed science supporting the safety of genetically engineered crops. Banning such crops seems simplistic and short-sighted and not a clear plan. I support the statements of Ms. Kelso, Mr. Condon, the POSAC staff, Dave Krieger, and Boulder County open space farmers, and urge you to reconsider this transitional plan, timeline, the approach, and hopefully in the process reach for common ground in this county, because we all have to live here.
Thank you. Who else wanted to speak who hasn't had a chance?
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Sean Martini with Colorado Farm Bureau. We're a statewide agriculture organization representing 25,000 people around the state, several thousand here in Boulder County. We're disappointed at the direction the county is on when it comes to GM systems. Our organization has worked with you and others in the past and is very much in opposition to the ban on modern agricultural technology being used on Boulder County open space. We're even more disappointed at the proposed transition plan that's been forwarded. The proposal is also coming at a time when commodity prices are at all-time lows. Farm income is suffering both here in Colorado and in Boulder County and around the country, and asking and actually telling farmers that they cannot use the CapEx and the investments that they have poured back into their farms in the county at a time with reduced commodity prices warrants much more study than has been presented here. The fair farmers have presented a 10-page list of questions with regards to the plan that thus far as we know, have gone unanswered by you and county staff. And they've also forwarded a research-first transition plan, which if you move forward on it would put the proverbial horse back in front of the cart where it belongs as opposed to the other way around. The Open Space Advisory Committee has expressed concerns both with the transition plan and the move away from GM technology in the first place, and instead you've pinned your hopes on the Rodell Institute, which is an institution that is doing research 1,400 miles from here in a vastly different climate, on a vastly different scale, with vastly different soil, rainfall, and the like. That doesn't look local to us. Why don't we first work to advance local food production backed by local research, not the opposite? Residents and open space farmers are being asked to comment here tonight on an almost non-existent plan to implement an even more dubious policy proposal. And we would ask that you take this transition plan back to the drawing board and for staff to work creatively with the fair farmers and the open space farmers to chart a real sustainable path forward based on local cooperation, research, know-how, and ties to the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Where did this sign-up sheet? There we go. And if you could just, after you're done signing up, put it back on the table.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kim Gibbs. I live at 7468 Mount Sherman Road. I've enjoyed hearing the speakers, and I appreciate your time. I'll just summarize a couple of points. I do support the transition away from the GMO agriculture on public lands. I believe that the public land should be managed for the common good. I believe in stewardship and the precautionary principle. I read in a news article about this hearing that there are no sugar beet seeds available, no non-GMO sugar beet seeds available, and that led me to ask why. Why would that be? Certainly at one point there were non-GMO sugar beet seeds available, and I think the answer to that will be discussed in that documentary that was referenced earlier that's playing at the Dairy Center this week. It's called Seed, the Untold Story. Just a few of my concerns with the GMO crops, which really are all surrounding the herbicides, glyphosate, and the neonicotinoids. So it's the intensive use of those herbicides that I'm concerned about, the health effects, the effects on soil ecology. And just as importantly, I'm concerned about the privatization and the patenting of our food supply. That's very concerning to me and being really held hostage to Monsanto. So I do support moving away from that, and I understand the concerns too from our farmers, and I hope that you can devise a plan that accommodates them and helps them in this transition. I usually agree with Dave Krieger in his editorials, but on this one over last weekend, I had to disagree. So I do encourage you to move forward with that transition, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So who else still wants to testify who hasn't? I see Dick Miller. Anybody else after Dick? Okay. I'm not trying to force anybody. I just want to make sure we have given everybody the opportunity.
Dick Miller, farmer, 10473 Arapahoe Road, Lafayette, Colorado. And I've got a couple guys back there that would give me their time if I need it. As you all three nice ladies know I met with a couple days ago. And I just want to pass on my observations to the public. Cindy has farm roots. Her parents were farmers, and I think she emphasizes with the agricultural farmers in the county. Deb, you and I grew up probably 60 miles from one another from the Midwest, and about the same age, kind of the same backgrounds, and I'm not sure where you're at in terms of the process. Elise, I've known of you and about you for a lot of years. I consider you an honorable lady, but an environmental activist, and I've come to the conclusion that you're using your position as a Boulder County Commissioner to, as a pulpit to further your cause, which you have the right to do. It's fine with me. So I know that you won't change your mind, and I think Cindy's got her mind made up. So it's really up to you, Deb. And you and I have had several discussions, and it really goes back to the point. As you and I talked, you're going to be the decision maker to figure out whether you hurt a bunch of farmers or not. Farmers that are my friends, farmers that have done the right thing and have taken care of your land, and their ancestors have taken care of the land. And I really don't believe the open space program was designed or put in place to promote environmental activism. And that's really all I think I need to say. You know, we've talked about the dangerous chemicals that if you go to conventional corn, I mean, Aztec carries a skull and crossbones, Paraquat carries a skull and crossbones, dimethoate, I think, carries a skull and crossbones, atrazine's, you know, suspect due to groundwater contamination. And if you go to conventional corn, that's what you're going to force people to do. By the way, Pioneer today charges no more or no less for conventional corn than they do GMO-traded corn. You can't blame the multinational corporations. You know, they're basically all, except Dow DuPont, are foreign companies now. You know, if you look, the majority of the vegetable seeds are controlled by the Chinese. And organic Chinese probably is not as good as conventional American technology. Thank you.
If you needed more time, somebody is willing to pull. Okay, thank you. Last call, did you want to speak?
Sure.
Okay. It looked like you raised your hand. If you do, please come up. Is there anybody else after that? Okay. Looks like we're winding these down then.
I wasn't even sure I was going to do this. I just feel compelled.
Can you give us your name and address, please?
Oh, sure. Well, in Boulder, I'm known as Leslie Whiteside, but in hygiene, I'm known as L. Cushman. And that says a lot right there. And my address is 13450 North 75th Street. I wasn't even sure what point of view I would speak to you from, and so I settled on this. I come from the point of view as a basic run-of-the-mill Boulder hybrid hippie. I've lived in Boulder for the past 25 years and in hygiene for the past 4. During my time in Boulder, I jumped aboard many a bandwagon and helped to lead many campaigns which sounded like very noble and worthy causes, and I volunteered my ass off for the school systems and CU to help create change makers that we could send forth from this bubble. And many of my close friends were people who came to Boulder to stand on the prestigious platform that our unique open space system has created. And I apologize to you for this and to you for this. Among them were the leaders who led the charge for this No GMO campaign. when I was finally able to free myself from the city limits 4 years ago and clear my head with the views that exist from that don't exist from beneath the shadows of the Flatirons, I was dumbfounded that as involved and closely associated as I was with Boulder, that I didn't even realize that our open space system was divided by city open space and county open space. And many people here don't. That's how far removed I was from the facts that day. My sister and I stood on the pavers right outside this courthouse protesting GMOs. Four years later, I met the kings and gods that have worked from sunup to sundown for the last 158 years. They are the grittiest, toughest, smartest son of a bitches you will ever meet. And they are the pioneers of this state and of this county. I don't know if you've ever even dug in your garden here in Boulder. It's hard. I'm sure one of you guys was joking around one day
Thank you.
when you decided to call this place Boulder.
Thank you. So last call, if anybody else wants to speak. Oh, could you sign up on the sign-up sheet, miss? All right, I'm not seeing any other takers, so I'm going to officially close the public hearing and return the matter to the board to see if there's, well, first I should ask staff if there's things that you want to respond to. We had one particular question from Scott Miller, and there may be other things you want to respond to.
I think Eric's going to pull up the section of the plan, but I'll just read it. The part that Scott was talking about deals with how many times a plant or a crop can be planted, and it says limiting plantings of either GE crop to a maximum of 2 times total per tenant according to the existing protocols of the GE, of the cropland policy. What our intention there was, if you recall in Eric's presentation, there was that cap, that will be the annual cap for tenants that would limit the amount of either crop that they could grow on their properties. What we were trying to get here and to try and make that clear was that following our existing GE protocols in our cropland policy, that with a 3 and 5 year time frame for the 2 crops, that would really that would result in the fact that there would be 2 opportunities to plant those in any field on those leases. So I don't know if that so it's 2 times there would
In the same place.
It's the same, right, in the same place. So
So
it's
the
in accord.
existing-
It's the existing
policy.
cropland policy, yeah.
Yeah.
So that-
well, go ahead. Well, so then what Scott was saying is true in that, so he should be able to do corn 3 times in, or 3 times, twice in the same spot. Once the first time, switch to a second place, the second time, and the third time could go back to the first place, because that gives you the time frame up, that's in the same, in the policy now.
Right.
Yeah, and the same would apply for beets in the 5-year plan.
Yep.
Yep.
And it could be that you might instruct us to make that clear in the plan, if that's where we get.
I think you should make that clear.
Yep.
Are there other questions of staff before we make comments and decisions?
No other questions from me, thanks. But I would like to start with comments whenever you're ready to do that.
Okay.
Well, no more questions, thank you.
All right, so Cindy, you kick us off?
Yep, I'll kick it off. And I want to say, first of all, thank you to all of the folks who've commented at these many, many hearings over the last 6 years, 7 years, I don't know how many years it's been now, especially the farmers and their families whose livelihood has been and will be affected by this policy and this process, has been affected by the process since at least 2011, and even before that. So thank you to all of you, and thanks for sticking with it. It's been challenging, I know. And I also want to say thanks to the voters of the county who've supported open space ballot questions over and over again so that lands can be preserved and that we have them to thank for helping us make the vision possible in terms of acquisition of all of the lands over 100,000 acres. There's more to say than about the 25,000 or so ag land acres that we're talking about here. And I want to say a huge thanks to the staff team who's worked so hard to try to map a path based on our, I think, rather interesting direction that was given to you on March 17th of this year. I think it was a monumental assignment and a very, very challenging task. And I think part of the reason it looks like it does is because it's so difficult. And there aren't simple answers. It's not a simple topic. It's a very complex set of things that we've asked you to deal with. I think you've done the best that you could, knowing all the components and the variables. And so I want to say thank you to you. And where I wind up in terms of my thoughts at the end of this process don't reflect on your work. It just reflects on where I think we need to go in terms of policy direction. So a couple comments, and then I'll fold my comments about the draft plan into my process as I go. So, in Boulder County, we've had a long-term commitment of the county itself to preserve agricultural lands. And that happened because we saw what was happening with ag lands across the Front Range as they're being swallowed up by subdivisions and commercial developments and strip malls and those kinds of things. And we made a conscious decision here in Boulder County to not have that happen. And we did it first with general fund dollars where we purchased lands because we didn't have a funding source. Then we were able to, after several tries, we were able to pass an open space ballot issue that allowed us to start purchasing lands. And we've done that numerous times since 1993 and been successful in passing those. And the concept wasn't just to preserve the space only as buffers between cities and forested lands in the mountains and habitat. It was also to preserve agriculture and the agricultural way of life in this county because we know what the heritage means. And I think, Amy said it very, very beautifully, and others, of course, Famer and members of the farming community have talked about the heritage and the fact that we have people here who represent 150 years of family farming in Boulder County. And folks along the 287 corridor and other places around the county knew how important it was to not only have those lands and those view sheds, but to have farmers on the land. And so that's the direction that we went in terms of purchasing open space agricultural lands. And we did it in partnership with our farmers and their families. And, there's been a long-term commitment from our farm families to the open space program because of their conservation ethic and their belief in the agricultural heritage in this county. They sold land to Boulder County, maybe sometimes with deep concern, at lower prices, certainly lower prices than they would have been able to receive from a developer, somebody who would have built houses or strip malls or those kinds of things that would have made this a very different place to live. And our farm families committed to sell at those lower prices because they believed in preserving agriculture. And, at the time, they had a commitment from the county that they could potentially return to those lands and keep farming them. And they would go ahead and farm them with the best agricultural practices available for very large acreages. We're not talking about 10 acres here. We're talking about 80, 150, 160 sections of land. It's big parcels. And so they farmed those parcels and have been farming with the best practices on those large acreages over multiple generations, as has been noted here by a number of people. And I think you all on the farmer side have articulated the issues about the complexity so beautifully over these many hearings and yet again tonight. And I just want to say something because I feel like I really need to speak my mind tonight and say exactly what I think. So that's what my plan is. I hold the trust that those farm families gave us in the highest esteem. And I see their contribution to the long-term quality of life in Boulder County as one of the greatest gifts and finest commitment to the public at large given by any sector of this county. And they deserve our respect and our support. And there is a reason that there's a farmer etched into the front door of this courthouse. And when you walk out, going out the south entrance, you look up and you'll see the farmer there with his scythe. And that is because people believed in farming. People who created this county knew that farming was a bedrock and basic, the thing that actually made this county what it is. There's a miner up there, too. That's a whole other story. But the farmer, to me, is the inspiration when I walk in this building every day. That's why I'm here. I'm here as a lifelong resident of Boulder County who grew up on a farm in eastern Boulder County, which is not a farm anymore. It is momentarily, but it's in a city. And I know what it takes when you give up a piece of ground and you know it's going to be paved over and it's going to turn into a subdivision and it's never going to be a farm again. It's never going to grow food. It's not going to be productive. So, I understand what our farmers gave up in terms of dollars and cents because of something they believed in, and that was a conservation ethic in the heritage of family farming in Boulder County. We also hold a couple other things pretty dear besides. In my opinion, I hold the trust that you've given us, as I said, in the highest esteem. We also in the county, and this has been a discussion lately about, especially in light of things changing at levels of the national election acting, we hold diversity as a very important value as well. I think we should think about what that means in terms of farming, because I think we should hold diversity of farms and farm operations as a very high value as well. And one of the reasons that Boulder County's historic diverse farm operations have succeeded is because they are diverse. They're in different places in this county. We have soils that range from the edge of the foothills out to the edge of the county line, and they're non-clay soils. They're, you name it, they're full of gravel on this side, and they kind of even out on the other side. And you can grow stuff on the far northeast corner that you can't even think about in the southeast corner, which is where my experience is. We have unusual local soils. We have water that's full of weed seed because we have irrigation that flows in ditches, very different than other places in the country and other places, even in the state, who use center pivots and other mechanisms for water delivery. We here are significantly dependent on flood irrigation. We have then that weed load, that weed burden that we have to deal with, which our new Parks and Open Space Director is very familiar with in terms of weed strategy and pest control there. And then our farmers, as they've also said, we've talked about markets. There was a comment from our friend from the Farm Bureau that commodity prices right now are in the tank, and we don't know when they're going to come back out. It's a rock and roll thing. They were up a few years ago, and now we're back down. So that market is another variable that is a challenge to farmers. And a diversified farm economy helps you balance that out, hopefully. And it may not always play out, but then, that diversity, I think, has been the strength of farming on county open space lands since the very beginning of the open space program. It means that we've been able to increase the number of acres dedicated to organic production by covering the costs using the income to the county from our larger operations. That's how we've expanded our organic operations. That's why we lead the nation in the percentage of county public land currently in organic production. I think our program has been on the right track, and I will claim as my legacy the years that we have worked through the cropland policy, what we did in 2011, and that has brought us to this point where we have the very large percentage of organic acres committed. We also have a diversified farm economy across small, medium, and larger scale family farms, and they're family farms. So, whatever happens from tonight, I claim that legacy. And my vision is the same one that I held before, which is of a diversified, balanced agricultural landscape which supports all farmers. And that is a success story that's admired across the nation. People have told us that numerous times. And the other interesting thing about the organic strategy that we've had in place over the last several years is it's happening at a pace where organic products can be absorbed into the marketplace at a rate that is reasonable. And I know we've had testimony in going in another direction that, there's plenty of room for organic produce, but I've also heard the opposite from people that I've talked with in terms of what the market will bear and how much of a commodity your local folks can handle. So, to the plan, I look at the plan, and some of the first concern that I have is that it describes a restructuring of the farm management process that we've had in place. It puts a lot of burden on parks and open space staff about how do you help people manage their farm in a different way. And that's a concern to me because I think that has an impact on potential diversity. I think it is asking our parks and open space staff to step into a role that's very different, and that I think we need more staff to help make that happen if that turns out to be the choice that we make tonight. So, it's a differently structured program that really needs a lot of thoughtful consideration to take the next steps. In terms of economic stability of family farmers in open space, it's absolutely critical that our farmers have economic sustainability. We're not talking about corporate farmers here. I'll say it again. We're talking about small business owners. Those of you who are or know small business owners know that that's a challenge. And in this plan, we're asking these small business people to change their inputs, their product, and their markets in 3 to 5 years. That's what the current timeline does. And unlike any other business, their product has to be grown under the open sky with the variety of weather, the difference in climate as we go forward. Who knows how long this drought's going to last that we're looking at right now. I think any prudent small business owner would demand a demonstrated, clear financial and economic model of organic production results before committing to taking on the uncertainty of the large-scale change that we're talking about in the plan. What are their lenders going to say? I've had numerous conversations with our farm folks out there about their strategies in the banking industry. What is the banking industry going to say? Because your banker is one of your best friends. They better be. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to make it through the year because you have to go through a risk analysis with the folks at the bank. And I think a crop policy change affects how bankers are going to look at lending. Most of us, me included these days, receive a paycheck, not every 2 weeks like a lot of us, but every month. I work for somebody who actually pays me every month. And I think most of the people who've spoken tonight who are not production farmers have that same experience. But it's different for farmers because they borrow at a certain point in the year. $250,000 was one example of one of the farmers I talked with in the fall to keep running the entire year. The first paycheck comes then in June or July when the wheat comes in. And in other cases, it's a different scenario. It has to do with livestock operations. It has to do with ranching operations in a variety of locations. You don't get a paycheck every week, every 2 weeks, every month. You're waiting until the crop comes in. And some of us do work off the farm, so we have another alternative, which means we do get that other paycheck, which keeps us going, right? Because a lot of us have off-farm income. That's how my family survived in the 70s and 80s, that we had an off-farm income that made it work. But for other folks who have their sole livelihood from producing crops, it's a very different financial picture. I think the bankers are going to be looking at it in a really interesting way. And I want to quote Peter Newton, who's the assistant professor who commented to us, environmental studies program at CU Boulder. He said, as proposed, the transition plan will move farmers away from a functional farming system into a new system without an adequate understanding of whether it is agronomically, I can't say it tonight, agronomically and economically viable in this local context, back to the local comments. So whatever the next steps occur, regardless, in terms of the financial stability and economic stability of our family farmers, I support a strong county commitment to longer-term financial support of farmers whose lives are going to be significantly impacted. And I see this, and I said it, I think, in March, and I'll say it again, it would include crop loss payments, agricultural equipment infrastructure buyout, and additional programs the staff would recommend once the full impact is understood. And I don't think we have a clue yet about what the potential full impact of this draft plan would be if we adopt it. So I believe I made similar statements in March, and I think we have a commitment to make people whole that's been noted by at least 2 of us. And I'm going to just reiterate that today. I think we have to do that. And then I think a key factor in financial stability is the use of the full continuum of options for farm management. And based on scientific studies and numerous scientists' testimony before us, who are far more articulate than I will be tonight, I completely agree with them and fully believe that scientific data and studies demonstrate the GE crop safety. And I'm still trying to get my mind around this whole idea of if one supports the science of climate change, how in the face of the data that we see in the documentation is it possible to deny the science around GE safety? And I know, in fact, the opinion is mixed out in the community too. There have been comments about the majority of people thinking that GE technology is not safe. Well, our own survey in the county didn't say that there was a huge majority. It was a very mixed response back. And in fact, as was stated by one of the folks who testified, the whole idea that local food is more important than organic food is exactly what they said in that survey. And results on the ground here, I've already, a couple have been cited in terms of what GE technology has done for us on the acreages where it's used. It's decreased soil erosion, decreased pesticide, herbicide application. It's adjusted greenhouse gas emissions downwards. It's changed the carbon footprint for our farming operations. That maybe doesn't look at the whole picture of the extraction and all that stuff, but it talks about what happens here on the ground. And a return or a step backwards to conventional crops and conventional pesticide, herbicide application has unacceptable health and environmental consequences for all. So to me, that means the default is only organic crops. And then just a caveat to add to that, but it's been noted that glyphosate was of concern. And I've had other folks from the farming community say, well, what if we do not use glyphosate, but would you let us still use GE crops, GE seeds? And I think that's something that's worth a consideration, that if we truly don't believe GE technology around the seed is the problem, if it's really the pesticide, then why not keep GE crops in the cropland policy? And I, again, would say what I said in 2011, which is we have to provide an opportunity to revisit for any drought-resistant GEs that come forward. That climate change is bringing us a very different picture. We can't stick our heads in the sand and pretend that this technology is not something that we should consider. So in terms of the GE side, those are my thoughts. And in terms of the Ag Research Initiative, item number 4 in the draft policy, I think it's the most exciting opportunity there is. Was excited about it back in March when we talked about it, and several farmers mentioned it. What can we look at that would actually bring us something real on the ground that might help people make some decisions? Working with CSU is really exciting, and our extension team, an extension of our extension team to bring CSU in is I think, revolutionary. And I don't know that there's any other place, maybe there are some others in the country, but I think this is a really wonderful opportunity where we can demonstrate the feasibility of alternative crops. We can test with all those variables, the soil, the water, the pest management side on the weed seeds, weeds, insects, all that stuff, under the sky in a place in the county or near the county to demonstrate we do have environmentally and economically viable crops. But it has to be done before a transition clock starts. I totally agree with the commenters who said that that is the case. And I would note that Gene Kelly from CSU, in terms of the process of working on an experiment farm, 3 to 5 years are needed for ag research, because you have to grow across multiple seasons. You have to grow under a whole series of variables and take into account when the variables change what happens to the crop before you can come out with a crop that you can say really is ready to upscale to larger acreages like the ones we're talking about. So he says 3 to 5 years of research. And as was noted by one of the other speakers, Jeff Moyer from Odell said that he wouldn't release organic practices to our farm community without at least 5 years of organic research data to get people's feet on the ground. So I think we need to give people time, and I think we don't start the clock until we have some viable research in place on the ground that we can absolutely be confident will be successful. And I think there has to be full transparency of all the results from the initiative and from whatever folks participate in a governance structure for that initiative. And I think there needs to be a clear governance structure which includes farm stakeholders, their direct involvement. and that governance is key. I think we should spend 2017 figuring out how the heck we're going to do this as a farm research initiative. What does it look like? Who's involved? What are we going to ask? What are the research questions that need to come forward? How much land are we going to use? You know, what alternative crops do we want to ask people to even look at? I know we're going to do an RFP shortly to see who responds to it, but I think we need to take 2017 and figure out what it looks like. So I still am deeply concerned about impacts to farmers. I think not taking the time to clearly lay out a demonstrated financially feasible set of alternatives is unwise and has also been stated before, dangerous, reckless, and irresponsible. And I know this may make some people unhappy, but I'm a gardener and I have a garden in the city, so I love my garden when it's successful, but sometimes urban utopian ideas don't necessarily mesh with rural realities. People have success with a small garden, and because of that, they think they understand the management of full-scale farming and running a family business. And I don't think they have a clear understanding of running a family business. The larger the acreage, the greater the variables of soil, water, weather, weeds, and the more difficult it is to produce crops, the greater the consequences then of failure on the ground. So I know folks have encouraged us to jump out there and encouraged us to be bold. Well, if you're going to be bold, I think the biggest predictor of success at the end of a bold move is a solid planning process on the front end of it, and that taking the thoughtful time to do the research will result in a better outcome on every level. And then I know Monsanto's been mentioned a number of times here, but I feel like I just have to say that laying the burden for a solution to the issues with Monsanto Bear on the backs of Boulder County farm families who lease open space lands, I think it's morally wrong to do that. So, given all that stuff, I'm going to say that I believe the direction given in March was and is a mistake. I think that a phase out of GE crops, which I believe is not a science or data-driven direction, and especially in this short time frame that has been laid out in the current draft, although I give staff credit for trying to make this work, I think that direction is the wrong direction. I think we asked staff to draft a plan, and the struggle to arrive at a plan, or even to get the go-ahead from our own Parks and Open Space Advisory Committee, is a clear evidence of the mistake of rushing a timeline toward a conversion without adequate data to support the viability of such a conversion. I think, then, in my opinion, that we should extend and continue to operate under the existing cropland policy, move forward with the Sustainable Agricultural Initiative, number 4 in the draft plan, test alternative crops side by side over an appropriate time frame, and use those results to inform next steps, while also moving forward with the draft to support any tenant on open space lands who wants to explore alternatives. In addition, I know in March there were concerns mentioned by my colleagues that went far beyond GE crops to include concern about pesticides, especially glyphosate and others. And I think ending the use of pest control measures, other than the mechanical efforts which have been described for organic crops, ending the use of pest control measures across all open space ag lands would result in far-reaching consequences that we haven't even yet begun to anticipate. So if that concern remains this evening, I think we need to have a full public process to address it, because this focus has been around GE, as has been said by numerous people in the audience. Lastly, I don't believe that the draft even begins to yet address the piece that says it will minimize the impact on our lessees whose livelihoods are connected with the agricultural stewardship of these lands. That remains my primary concern, and I expressed it in March, and I express it again today. Agriculture has to work financially for farmers, or there will not be farmers. We're messing up the very people and families who've supported our program in so many ways. So I think we should return to the cropland policy as it exists, start the research, start the clock when we have solid research coming back with data.
Thanks, Cindy. Yep. Deb, do you want to?
Sure. Well, and I'll start with thanks to everyone as well. Cindy laid it out, I think, really well in terms of thanks to the staff, thanks to all the folks that have taken the time to come in over many, many, many years. So thank you for that. And also, I think, again, Cindy did a great job of laying out, and I agree with her in that we've had a great policy around the open space program here in the county for years and years, and the part of it was the preservation of the heritage of agriculture in this county, as well as the open space itself. And I think hats off to everybody that's participated in that and made it possible, which includes really the vast majority of people in Boulder County, whether they live in the city or in the unincorporated part of the county or on a farm or not. And so thanks to all those folks as well. The, I think we heard some of the previous debate about GMOs versus non-GMOs, pesticides, herbicides, neonicotinoids tonight, but I think that primarily, as far as I'm concerned, we're here to talk about the transition plan and what does that like. And it seemed to me like there were two places that we really kind of came down on, and that was in terms of timing. Many people wanted the research to happen, as Cindy described first, and then move on to a transition plan. And I think others spoke to the fact that it's time to start the transition, but that the research can be happening concurrently with that, particularly with the way the plan is laid out in terms of everyone can really kind of keep doing exactly what they're doing for the next 3 years or 5 years, depending on the crop. And I think I share some of Mark's Olin Guthridge concern in that we've been talking about this for a while, and not a lot has really changed in where we are, and that without deadlines, I think that's endemic of government, that we don't make a lot of changes. And so it feels important to me that we do set some concrete timeframes around when we need to be transitioning. And doing the research concurrently with that, I think there'll be a lot of good information that comes out of that. I think the other thing that seemed to be fairly consistent across lots of folks was the concern that the plan, which is really a policy more around transitioning than an actual plan, is that there isn't enough detail around that. Well, I think, I've advocated from the get-go when back in March when I was in favor of making a transition, is that each of those plans, those conversations need to be happening on an individual farm and an individual tenant and individual fields basis, because we know, and many people have spoken to it, the issue in Boulder County or any place that you farm, that any field is, no two fields are alike, no two farmers are alike, and no two seasons are alike, and that the plan needs to be worked out individually with each of the farmers on their particular land and doing what they do best and being able to have it be successful. And I think I'd raise the same question to staff to say, if we need additional help to be able to manage that process, then we need to know about that, because ultimately, for me, that this is not successful unless it's successful for all the farmers that are currently leasing land from Boulder County. I've said that from the beginning, that I know to some it may sound and feel like an oxymoron, that it's not possible to do that, but I do believe in my heart that we can, that if we work together, we can find a plan and a way for each of these properties to move forward keep everyone that wants to be on the land, growing and being economically viable within Boulder County. But it will take a conversation, and it will take individual conversations, and it won't be easy. There is nothing about this that's been easy. But as I think there are new things happening every day, new information coming every day that's going to inform our decisions as we go forward. And I think one of the very best and the place that we all agree on is the importance of the research. And having research that is grounded here, quite literally, on Boulder County open space, because that's the only way we're going to get data that everyone can feel comfortable and believe in it and know that it's applicable here to the land we have in Boulder County. And I think that's critical to success for this transition, but I think even in the broader piece, it's critical for the success of agriculture in Boulder County and in other places in the country that we're going to be faced, I think, almost certainly with changes in the climate going forward that we're going to be continually needing to be responsive to, and that research around all the various circumstances will be critical to success. So I think so I really applaud the work, the way it's laid out in the transition policy. I think that, though, that Mark made a good point around the sustainability piece of it and the emphasis on carbon sequestration. That really, to me, is one of the, if not the most important things that we need to be doing going forward, and that roping in our sustainability office in general, and possibly Susie Strife in particular, because of the work that's already being done around carbon sequestration in the county. I think it's important to be a piece of the research piece that we're putting together. And I think to take a kind of broader picture too, in terms of when we had our input from a bunch of folks back in March, again, Mark brought to us a multi-page document that had been put together with the input from both organic and GMO and conventional farmers. And there are a lot of obstacles, as many people have talked about today, to being a successful farmer in Boulder County. And I think, again, maybe we need more help with this, but I think we need to be able to address all those issues. There are land use issues, there are financial issues. I think Cindy laid out a lot of them and really well in terms of the financial risks going forward, but I think we need to be able to address all those things. When we had the meeting a while ago with Dan and some others out on looking at irrigations, that there are a lot of issues that land use and financial and investments that come up with that. And I think we need to be at the same time having this broader conversation with all the farmers to be able to be sure that we're bringing everybody forward and everybody's able to be successful and not leaving anybody behind, no matter what that looks like. I want to make sure I kind of got all the pieces here. And I think one of the other things that's come up a few times is that if we make this transition, then the only choice is to go backwards. And I think that's truly a false choice. I can see that it would be, from some standpoints, illogical. Well, I know how to do what I used to do, and I know how to do what I'm doing now, and I don't know how to do something new and different. And I totally understand that. And I think that's what drives the desire to do all the research first and then be able to present really complete solutions. But I just don't think we can do it in that order. I think we need to be doing it concurrently. But I think we do need to be coming up with answers to those questions. Let's see. I think in terms, I really appreciate the effort to be able to have the enhanced data collection and monitoring. I think that's really important. I think what's one thing we need to be sure is that we're going to be doing research here and then also continuing leased land cropping systems. But I think we need to be gathering the same data everywhere so that we're sure to be able to have an accurate comparison, because it won't make sense if we can't bring it all together at the end of the day. And I guess maybe the thing that needs to be clarified, I think in the memo, which was a little bit, the memo and your presentation are a little bit different, but in the memo, I think, which also went out to folks, it said in there that back in March, then we expressed a preference for phasing out the use of neonicotinoids and greatly reducing the use of herbicides and pesticides on county-owned open space land. And so that's still priority. And so I can understand that there is some confusion in how we translate that to the proposed policy. So I'm still, I guess in my own brain, I'm struggling just a little bit to it. And I think transitioning away from the corn and sugar beets accomplishes that, but I think we need to be sure that we're covering all those bases. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Deb. I recognize that I am standing between you and your dinner, so I hate to be redundant. I'll try to be quick and not reiterate a lot of the good things that were said by my colleagues. And I too need to start by thanking folks. This has been a long slog. This is a bruising topic. People have really been at the table for a long time on this. I want to thank my fellow commissioners. This is not an easy issue for us, as you can tell. I want to thank staff. We hired Eric and said, hey, there's this thing you need to work on now, which we could have had an easier entry for you. And Jeff, who got tagged to do this after David Bell left, I appreciate you stepping up to the plate. So, and I know you've worked really hard to implement the direction that we've given you. It didn't come from you, it came from us, and so we take ownership for that. I want to thank the public for coming out repeatedly to talk about this issue. And I really want to thank the farmers. I think Cindy was very eloquent, and others, Amy, talking about the role of the farming community in the heritage of this county and the creation of our open space program. And what we love about Boulder County now, you all are a very big part of that. And your job's not easy, and this conversation isn't easy, and I want to make sure that you know that you're respected and heard and appreciated by us and hopefully the entire county for the work that you do and what you bring to the county. So I want to state the obvious. This is an issue that divides our community, it divides our staff, it divides our commission, and we have to make a decision here tonight. And in doing so, half of you will walk away disappointed and upset. You may even say that you haven't been heard because we didn't do what you want. Recognize we're in a tough place because our community wants different goals around our public lands, our ag public lands here. So my position on this issue and how we should manage our public lands. And I think it's important to remind ourselves, this is about public lands. It's not about private lands. Nobody, I think it would be an entirely different conversation if we were talking about how people should manage their own private lands. We're not. We're talking about the lands that were bought with public tax dollars. That's why the public's involved in this. And it's an important policy question. How do we want to use this incredible asset that Boulder County has, that the people who sold us this land provided this opportunity, that the voters, thank you again, voters of Boulder County, for once again saying yes to open space, that we have these lands, and it's a gift, and how we should manage them. And I think that there's a public benefit that we need to derive from these lands that's really important. And I walked through my position with regards to GMOs back at our March meeting, and I guess given the hour, I'm loath to repeat that in great detail. But I think it is important to reiterate my concern about GMOs is not related specifically to genetic engineering. I think it's it's an ongoing research question about impacts, but to date, I would say the science hasn't shown that the public health impacts of GE are problematic. Who knows what the future will say, but right now, I think that's the case. And therefore, it could be that that genetically engineered seeds for drought resistance, as Cindy pointed out, would be something that we should and could consider in the future, and I do not rule that out. But my concern is about genetic engineering seeds to partner with toxic pesticides. And I think there is a common ground on our collective goal to reduce use of toxic pesticides, both from the farmer's perspective of handling the chemicals, and from the food that we put in our bodies, from what it does to the environment. I think that's a collective goal. And I think we have to agree to disagree on the best way to accomplish pesticide reduction. And in my estimation, it is not through pesticide-resistant GMOs. I feel like that's a dead end, and that we should use our public lands to invest in more sustainable alternatives. I want to acknowledge, I think everybody said that the document before us isn't a plan. It isn't a plan. It's a schedule, maybe even a policy. It is not a plan. What it does is lays out a schedule for developing the plan. And I think Deb laid out that a lot of that has to do with meeting with individual farmers to make sure that we work with them on their particular lands, which vary across the county, on their particular circumstances, to develop transition plans that work for them. Because again, I think I share the values of both of the commissioners, and we do not want to leave any farmer behind. We also lay out in the plan, and I think this is the exciting common ground that does unite us, a research initiative. And I think everyone's excited about the opportunities to test out and pilot cropping techniques for Boulder County, specifically new crops, maybe new equipment, and perhaps prematurely, we called out CSU and Rodale in this document, guilty as charged. I was excited about the conversations that the two of them are already having with us, but also without us. CSU and Rodale are planning on partnering up at their research station, whether or not Boulder County joins in or not, because they see a mutual benefit in working together on these same questions. They would like to work with us because we're all wanting to look at the same area. But as Eric pointed out, the right process is to put out an RFP and see who all wants to participate with us in this research. And I assume CSU and Rodale will respond. Maybe others will too. And that will help us put together this initiative. And then I think it's absolutely critical, and I think Cindy laid it out well. We need a governance structure around our research initiative that includes farmers, the affected farmers, as well as other stakeholders. But we need the buy-in, we need the expertise to work on this together. And I think that's a key part of that as well. And I see that some of this research is likely, I hope, contracting with farmers to do some of that research on their land, on their leases, if they're willing to test out in concept some of the things we're looking at. And I think that is another exciting piece of this. I agree with Deb about a key focus needs to be on carbon sequestration. That is the reality that we are living in. We need to figure out how to deal with the changing climate, and that's really important. I know Artie's very excited about looking into industrial hemp. I think there's skeptics in the room as well, but let's test that out. Right now, the only legal way we can do that is through an academic institute like CSU. So let's include that as part of our efforts as well. I think the crux of this issue is timing. And I know that many of you, and certainly Dave Krieger, suggest that we have the cart before the horse and that we're rushing this. I guess I have a different perspective. I feel like without a deadline, we will continue on as we have done. The cropland policy developed in 2011, and thank you, Cindy, for your work on that, is a great document that contains so many pieces that we don't ever talk about, but you know, collection of data and monitoring and really trying to reorient, you know, our lens looking at, filter looking at things through soil health and a lot of really great things in the cropland policy that we just haven't gotten to. And I think Scott Miller reminded me that, yes, we did have a flood, and that did divert us quite a bit. But without a deadline, without a schedule for actually getting to the results that we want, I don't think we're going to get there. I know that on a personal level, you tell me I have a tough assignment, but there's no deadline and I can get to it whenever I want, it's not going to happen. And I think it's important for us all to focus our collective attention and energy and resources on this. And I guess I'm an optimist, and I believe we have some of the best farmers in the world in this county working now. I'm optimistic about where we can go with this. And that's why I'm willing to say, let's put a deadline out there. Let's put out the goal, and then let's work together to get there. So maybe enough said. I will acknowledge that the process hasn't been ideal. Because we're a split commission, and this is a tough, complex issue, we may not have communicated as clearly on this issue as people might have wanted. We've had a lot of transition with Parks and Open Space in the middle of this. So to the folks that feel like there hasn't been enough engagement, we have been trying. That is our intention, and if the execution was shoddy because of the circumstances, I want to hear that, and certainly we'll continue to improve on that as we go forward. In terms of the details of the plan, I think it's important to go ahead and set the deadlines now. I want to recognize that I think the plan is fine as is on this front, that there may be flexibility down the road if an individual farmer can't somehow meet the deadlines. But I think it's important to set those goals at 3 years and 5 years. And again, people may not feel like they've been heard, but half the room wants this transition to happen tomorrow. Half the room says never. And coming up with 3 to 5 years, when I gave my opinions on this in March, I was saying 3 years at the outset. I've been convinced, listening to people, that's too rushed, particularly on sugar beets, which are a particularly complex crop to deal with. So there is some give and take here, and I know it's not as much give and take as some people want, but you have made an impact on this process. I agree with Deb about the guidance that was given around neonics back in March. The vast majority of neonics, with maybe one small exception, the vast majority of neonics that are used on county open space are associated with GMO, corn and sugar beets. So if those are phased out, then we are most of the way to getting where we need to go and phasing out neonics. I think there's a huge body of evidence that shows that neonics are problematic, and also there's some data that's been recently released by the EPA that suggests that pre-dipping seeds doesn't provide an economic benefit to farmers for that, and it is absolutely antithetical to integrated pest management to pre-dip all of our seeds. It just does not match up. So I think it's important that we phase out neonics in the process of phasing out GMOs. And staff, I know we're pushing you harder and farther than you want on that, but I think that needs to be a piece of this.
So you wouldn't do a separate process? I'm just double checking back on that for that discussion.
I think that a whole lot of process is going to happen starting now on the transition plan. And I share a little bit of frustration that we gave guidance in March and not a whole lot has happened in that time frame because we keep having the same conversation over, which is whether or not to phase out GMOs. Nobody wants to talk about how to phase out GMOs. And until we actually, I think, set a schedule and say, no, we're doing this, let's talk about how, we're not engaging the best minds and creativity and innovation in this room and outside on the question of how. And I think that it's possible to do that with the neonic issue and how we phase it out in the process will happen as part of the transition plan. Again, most of the neonics that's being used now are associated with GMO crops. So as we look at alternatives, I think we have the opportunity to look at alternatives that don't add back in pre-dip seeds. So yes, I guess I think that we will have public involvement in the transition planning process, and I think that's where I guess I would do the process. I wouldn't drag people through another public hearing on this. So I think that's all I need to say. So in terms of, go ahead.
Well, I'm assuming I'm sort of have a sense of how this is going to go. It seems very familiar. I too agree that we have the best farmers in the world that are in place on the land here. I think we should give them as big a chance as we can to get it right. And I'm hearing that neither of you want to do a horse and then cart. You want to do the cart and the horse beside one another. And I, in that case, would offer an alternative to the timetable that's in the schedule and suggest that we go to a 5 and 7, 5 for corn and 7 for sugar beets. And I'll offer that as an amendment to the plan and see if I get a second. And hearing no second, I have another alternative. So.
Okay.
So, no second?
I mean, I appreciate the conversation. I think 5 and 7 years is too long, so that's why I'm not seconding it.
Then an alternative timetable idea is that we start the clock ticking once 2017 is underway or toward the end of the harvest season, because a lot of farmers have purchased seed already or purchased inputs for their cropping system in 2017. It seems like I know you disagree with me, but it would be changing their mode of operation now when they're already underway for their planning for 2017. So to start the clock, once we have the RFP released, the research agencies engaged, a property selected, and a lateral system installed on that property so that the research can go forward in 2017, and that we do the governance structure at the same time. Start the clock for the 3 and 5 years, beginning 2018.
So effectively making it a 4 and 6 year transition.
Yeah.
I guess I would suggest an alternative to your alternative, which is to have a process for checking in on where we are at some point in the next 3 years. And maybe it's annually to check in how we're coming along. And if for some reason it feels like we need more time, there's an opportunity at that point to take a look at that. But I think what we need to do is get going. And so delaying the start, to me, is counterintuitive to really moving. I would rather say to staff, let's get that RFP out to folks on Monday. Let's get comments back, in a couple of weeks. Let's put it out there. Let's move forward. Let's get seeds in the ground come springtime. And in my conversations with Gene Kelly from CSU, they're going to move forward with putting seeds in the ground at their station with Rodale this spring, regardless of what we're doing. So I just think we need to get her done. So.
And I think we should plan ahead, plan first, and then do it. So I guess we have a difference of opinion. But I agree then, at least at an annual check-in to see how we're progressing, what the status is, a full public update of what everything looks like, full transparency of the research efforts, the data that go with it, that we have a check-in annually.
No, I think that part's important, because, I think the worst-case scenario would be we start down this path, it doesn't at all looking like what we thought it was going to look. It all takes longer than we thought. I think we need to be able to be flexible, because if we're not, then we're not being true to the words that we've set up here, which is we don't want to lose anybody in this process, and that could happen if that's what we did. We need to be responsive. We need to be able to be flexible with it. So I think it's important that we start now, but I think, annually or maybe in 2 years, and then, well, let's do it annually because it's the easiest way to talk about it. And
Especially the first year.
Yeah, because then we'll get a sense of, did we had the expectation we were going to make X process and we're only at minus X, and then adjusting earlier would probably be more beneficial than adjusting later. So, yeah, I'd be in favor of starting right away and then having an annual check-in, say the beginning of every year.
Okay. So then, I think we're at the point in terms of actions that we take tonight, figuring if we're going to adopt this policy document and if so, with what specific changes. And my sense is that we have votes to vote on the policy document tonight, and I just want to collect the changes that folks are suggesting. We've heard around an annual check-in. You heard from two of us around the neonics issue. And I guess if we're going to fine-tune this document, I think we should probably clarify in number 4 that we're putting out an RFP and likely to partner with folks like CSU and Rodale in this effort. Rather than, it would read that we're not putting out an RFP. Again, I'll take blame for that, but we should probably clarify that.
I want the financial component in it as well, that there is consideration for impacts to farmers. And I don't know where that is in the document at this point, so.
Probably in number 1, where it says about the third line down, BCPOS staff will work with each tenant on the details transitioning using a variety of tools and incentives to minimize the potential economic impact. Should we add some additional language there?
I thought that was sort of our intent back
Yeah.
in the early days of this,
Yeah.
to keep people as whole as we can.
Right. Maybe be more explicit about the financial impact and the risk. I mean, I think that's important too, is that I think that's the intention around the financial, is because that's the most measurable risk, is the financial impact, and to be able to say that
Is that enough direction for staff to include?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah,
So the intent is to keep people as whole as we can in the process.
Yep.
And the buyout strategy, once the conversion, that's probably down the road to talk about that.
Yeah.
but Yeah.
Well, and I think
For equipment.
specifically calling out the banking aspect in that need to be able to, I mean, is what we're doing going to be perceived in the banking community as increased risk and potentially reduce the tenant's ability to borrow?
Yes.
Then
So-
I think that needs to be called out, because that would be an unintended consequence, at least from my perspective.
I just want to flag that we should be mindful as we talk about keeping people whole. We need to look at the tenants across our entire open space system and make sure that there are other folks that have been involved in taking risks as a result of working our open space properties, and we need to be mindful of that and consistent in how we address that risk. So,
Understand, just as long as we go through the details there. Okay.
are there any other?
Well, I think, and for the other thing that I'd like to see us add is the inclusion of some folks from the Sustainability Office, and I'm not quite sure whether that comes under 4 or,
Yeah, I think it's under 4, and
yeah.
I agree with the examination of the carbon sequestration piece and
Yeah.
maybe a carbon bonus strategy for people. So.
Yeah, and that Susie's addition to that team, I think, would be very helpful.
So that's just adding clarification on both of those points, carbon sequestration, calling it out specifically, and adding sustainability to the team. Any other final
Just do one pass through here.
edits to the plan?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, the only other one was that I was really interested in is the side-by-side test of GE with organic on the research farm. And I don't know how we fit that in depending on what we do with this policy, but I want to see the results between the two.
I mean, it seems like important information. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how we do it, whether it needs to be physically side by side, or if we do similar monitoring on the current growing of GE crops and comparing it to what we do on the at the research facility, research plot. But I mean, then it's not really side by side, so I don't know. So I'll leave that to somebody more expert than me to figure out how do we really get equivalent data. I mean, that's the goal, is to be able to have real equivalent data between the two.
So I agree, although I want to make sure we don't give the research initiative topics.
Well, yeah.
But I want to make sure we work with stakeholders to develop the questions
Yeah.
so that there's buy-in on the research piece of it. So,
Agreed, but I think this is a key component of that will
right,
come
it's a
forth from
bucket.
it.
I just don't want to go much further down in specificity.
I hear what you're saying.
Ask the question, and then they figure out how to get to the answer.
So what I'm hearing from you is we could interject some clarity into whatever the final policy decision is that specifically says it would be allowable to trial GE against other versions as part of the research trials, even if the research trials are occurring on Boulder County Parks and Open Space property.
I would support that. I know that might be challenging for people to think through, but that would be a helpful thing to know. Again, it's an important component.
Well, maybe it's in the way we frame the questions, when we look at the RFP and as the groups goes forward, because I mean, what we're trying to do, yes, is compare the two, and so what's the best way to do that?
I'm not against collecting information about GEs, but the research thing, we keep having a very, very narrow discussion about GMOs, and I think most people in this room want to have the broader conversation about sustainable ag. And I think that's really the focus of the research, not who's right or wrong about this, that, or the other, but how do we
The broader picture, I agree. We want the broader picture. I think the broader picture includes this component. So.
Okay, but fair enough. I hear that it should be included. To me, it's not the focal piece. It's testing out how we can use sustainable ag techniques and crops, and what does that look like? So,
I agree with the point that sustainable ag is the focus for the research, and maybe I'm just on a very narrow bent thinking about the policy. I don't want to be shot from behind when we decide that the best way to conduct the research on a research farm on Boulder County Parks and Open Space includes trialing a GE when we've got a general policy that says no GE anywhere. Maybe it's a narrow point, but it'd be nice to get
clarity.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, it seems to me like the data that we would need to do any analytical comparison for the GE crops could be gathered from the farmers that are currently growing GE crops at the same time.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think we should work through the details on that.
So we have some time.
Yeah.
Because GEs aren't phased out until 3 to 5 years. So, but point well taken. So in the interest of time, are we? I don't know
One other
the
thing,
rest is another
I
one.
want an avenue to make sure that we do have an avenue to revisit for drought-resistant GE. And anything that's not a pesticide-supported GES effort as well.
So what does that look like, Cindy?
You know, it's really in the cropland policy directly to leave an avenue open for us for consideration down the road of those things.
So that's
already in there, but
begs the question of we need to direct staff to do red line edit of the cropland policy to implement whatever we agree on tonight. And that, I think, is where that particular piece would live.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that there have been a couple of comments that I've heard in the testimony tonight, and that I recall at least one in the written testimony, begging the question, when we talk about GE in the context of this policy and transitioning off of GE, are we talking about all GE, or are we talking about specifically glyphosate-resistant corn and beets? And Elise, I heard you talk about that particular issue. It would be nice if we could have clarity on that as we go into that red line, to be specific. The cropland policy, as I understand it, already includes a protocol or procedure for us to evaluate GE crops.
Yes.
As well. So I think anything coming in the door we can look at. I think I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity as to what we're taking off the table in a red line. Is it specifically the glyphosate resistance, or is it some other combination of things?
That is the current concern of the day. I don't think it's glyphosate specific going forward. I mean, because other traits are being added with regards to other pesticides, it's the same phenomena that's going to repeat itself. So I wouldn't tie it to that.
Okay.
To me, the concerns are around pesticides, but I don't know what will be coming 2 years from now from Bayer and Monsanto. So it feels like there's two different documents that we're asking staff to bring us back.
Yes.
One is a red line of the cropland policy, and the other is the transition policy document with the edits that we've indicated. I still think it would be helpful to take a vote tonight on the policy that we've articulated, even though we'll finalize the documents themselves probably at a business meeting sometime in the next week or two. I don't know how long it'll take you.
We're just working on the RFP, so.
All right, work on the RFP first. No. So does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the transition policy for phasing out genetically engineered crops on Boulder County parks and open space properties as recommended by staff and then amended in our discussion up here. I didn't make a list, but.
I did.
Okay.
Do you feel like you've got
Want
it?
to compare your list? Or?
Annual check-in, addressing financial risk to affected farmers, adding in the neo-nix piece, clarifying that we're doing an RFP on the research. Also under the research, calling out that will include carbon sequestration research, and adding sustainability as a part of that team. We also wanted clarification that there would be research specifically on comparison with GEs, and the point that Cindy just made, that there's a process in the cropland policy for future consideration of non-pesticide related GE crops, i.e., say, drought resistance. That's my list that I took from our conversation. So I would second that motion.
And I will not be supporting the motion. I do support components of it, especially the Sustainable Ag Initiative and the concept there, the data collection, Boulder County research on value add, all the other components of it. I do not support the schedule, and I do not support the non-science-based transition decision-making. So my vote will be no.
Fair enough. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
The motion carries. Thank you all again for sticking through this process. Have a good evening.